if your God told you to?
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Or man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew, and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if your God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's takeover in an Opalaka apartment building. Two residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes.
Oh, Judah, no.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, towards their parents, they was to be taken out and be stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
if I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air,
Just that child theft, that child man, that papa bull, that towel man since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao saying, so ass above, it's so low. That up there, that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is panic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing political. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salah. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you met the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Creator Gang is undefeated. I keep it real, pack the steel if whoever want it. Clap, Judah be running laps when he get confronted. Got Devil Cosmon and knock you off of 500. They hit the club, roll up a Judah dub, forever blunted. Contemplating on who we gonna take out next. Got Cosmo, Cal, Malik, got Mac and be the best. The 4 horsemen who understand the business. Contract killers won't hesitate to kill a witness. 21 bodies executed on my hit list. JJ trying to watch me, trying to take pictures. Yara working with woods and paint, a bunch of snitches. Peer pressure separate the real from the bitches. Niggas be gang gang until you start to bang bang. Let a nigga brains hang, now everybody like dang. You thought it couldn't happen. Yara wouldn't smoke, 9/11 Manhattan. Bullets in his breastplate, both lungs collapsing. Hands reaching in the air for the air he grasped it. The flyer was made, Sila Shalom first captain. But the captain ran away just like if nothing happened. I'm a certified killer. Peel a nigga, cut him open and feed him his own liver. Graphic is how I paint the picture. Shoot shots like a pitcher. Split JJ like a swish. Cut the head off for the lion's dinner. Watch the rest of the body quiver. Core shots I deliver when it's crunch time on the trigger. Got you pair with eagles, fly like seagulls when it's time. I scoot out, shoot out, air out Yara every time. Standing behind enemy lines, killing my enemies every time. Defend the faith like Muslim Sunni soldiers at a shrine. I facilitate thoughts beyond the thoughts of mankind. Create a gang is in the prime while you niggas get left behind. Create a gang is undefeated. Salute, Daryl Cosma, Cosma Cal, Malachi Maccabee. And the whole Critter Gang gang. Nigga, we outside with it. All that huffing and puffing don't mean nothing. When you step in the dojo.
Yeah.
Jason Nero put the record out.
Create a gang coming, create a gang coming. Turning up the light and watch some boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan, comprehension, understand. Breaking boys off like created in the plan. Cooler than the band, who you fooling, man? We be tearing shit up like we're taping some bands. Conscious community, yeah, we in demand. They hunger for the truth, debate or the booth. Sourcing up with the proof, hey, you on the tooth. Catch me in the candy painted octagon coupe. Step in my boots while I'm knocking mine loose. You be the cobra, I be the mongoose. Plant base in my suit, meditate on my fruit. Red Star training, who let the gods loose?
In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might. Trumpets sound across the sky as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the OASP's watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the OASP, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past and the love that will ever last in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun. This connection never undone. We sing songs of love and grace in this sacred space. For the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase. With trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon, we dance until the morning sun. This connection never undone. Never undone. Never undone.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, man. It's going down in the field, baby. If you can hear my voice, go ahead and spin that vortex up in the chat, man. All praises to the ever-present creator. The all in all, the always was, is, and never shall be. Created gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Look at old FBG Butter. That's old drill rapper from Chicago. You know what I mean? He actually said that. I don't think he was talking about us, though. But, you know what I mean? Hey, it's good to have that clipped up, though. Now, what if he was being, what if the High Raised Angels was actually using him to say that? That's the crazy part, man. You know what I mean? Y'all spin that vortex up in the chat if I could be heard. Spin that vortex up in the chat if I could be heard. Look at the title. Look at the title, man. What is really going on around these parts? What that title say? The timetables of prophecy is superior to any timeline given by any spiritual system known to man. Oh, man. Why you got Malachi? I was with you at first until you started making big boastful claims like that, brother. What you mean? What you mean? Man, hey. A lot of times we be thinking we know something. We don't even be knowing it, man. We don't even be knowing it. You dig? Let me go ahead and put that right there. Chop it on up. I want to go over a few things real quick. All right? I want to go over a few things. Let me share this with y'all. Remember the title. I'm saying timetables of prophecy as found in the book of Sky, Earth, Spirit, or Waspi is superior to any timeline given to man or known to man. That's what we saying. All right. Now, I don't know if y'all heard of Kali Yuga or the Yugas. The Kali Yuga being the last little cycle. This whole deal goes back to some type of Hindu mythology or something like that. All right, so the East Indians have their time periods and cycles as well. All right, the Kali Yuga is the last one. Now look at this. It says Kali Yuga in Hinduism is the fourth shortest and worst of the four yugas. Yuga is a world age. And a yuga cycle preceded by the Dvapara Yuga and followed by the next cycle's Krita Yuga. It is believed to be the present age, which is full of conflict and sin. Dang. According to Puranic sources, Krishna's death marked the end of the Dvapar Yuga and the start of Kali Yuga, which is dated to the 17th or the 18th of February, 3102 before the Common Era. So 3102 BCE. During the 23rd arc cycle. 3102 BCE is when the Kali Yuga started. Look at this. Lasting for what? 432,000 years or 1,200 divine years. Now, y'all do the math on that. Kali Yuga began 5,125 years ago and has 426,875 years left as of 2024. Kali Yuga will end in the year 428,899 of the Common Era. Good night. Near the end of Kali Yuga. Hold on, man. During the 429th century. Look at this right here. Near the end of Kali Yuga, when virtues are at their worst, a cataclysm and a reestablishment of Dharma occurred to usher in the next cycle's Krita Yuga, prophesied to occur by Kaliki. Etymology, Yuga, Sanskrit, in this context means an age of the world, where its archaic spelling is Yug, with other forms of Yuganama, and Yug, and derived from Yug, Sanskrit, to join or yoke. Believed derived from Uego, Proto-Indo-European, to join or unite. Kali Yuga means the age of Kali, the age of darkness, the age of vice and misery, or the age of quarrel and hypocrisy. A complete description of Kali Yuga is found in the Mahabharata, I can't never pronounce that, and the Manu Smriti, Vishnu, and various Puranas. I got some sources and all that. Start date of the Kali Yuga, 3102 BC, February 17th. That sucker don't end to, hold on, what year? Dang. Kali Yuga is right here. Hold on. Mally, what is you talking about? Kali Yuga will end in the year, I ain't making this up, man. In the year 428,899 of the Common Era. Dang. Good Lord. What is really going on around these parts, man? And that's the whole Hindu, you know what I mean, dating. This stuff is crazy, man. You dig? But tap in with your brother. I ain't done yet. What?
Means the age or face of Earth.
Fair use. For educational purposes only, man. For educational purposes only. Let's word.
The Hindu scriptures clearly mention that all living beings, including our Earth, goes through a cycle of creation and destruction. The word yuga in Sanskrit means an era. So a yuga means the age or face of Earth. A complete yuga starts with Satya Yuga and moves to Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, and ends into Kali Yuga. One of the strange things about the order of these yugas is that Treta comes before Dwapar, even when the literal meaning of Dwapar is 2 and Treta is 3. And there are many different explanations for this. One of the logical explanations to this arrangement relates to the time of each yuga. It is believed that the duration of each yuga descends with time or decreases with time. It is widely accepted that the duration of the yuga is in multiples, with the Satya Yuga being the longest and Kali Yuga being the shortest. So to understand it clearly, Satya Yuga is 4 times the time of Kali Yuga, Treta Yuga is 3 times the time of Kali Yuga, and Dwapar Yuga is 2 times the duration. So now we know that Dwapar Yuga is twice the length of Kali Yuga and Treta is thrice the length of Kali Yuga, and therefore we have the names of the Yuga in place. The duration of the Yugas is controversial, as some accept the rationality of a 24,000 to 26,000 year old cycle, whereas others believe that it's a 4,320,000 year long cycle. The shorter cycle, written as 24,000 years by another author, is more commonly accepted as 25,772 years because it coincides with the actual precession and astronomical precession and other planetary body motions that influences our solar system. This shorter calculation is supported by modern-day spiritual masters such as Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudeva and Sri Yukteswara Giri, giving the approximate length of each yuga as 4,800 years for Satya Yuga, 3,600 years for Treta Yuga, 2,400 years for Dwapar Yuga, and 1,200 years for Kali Yuga. Now that we have gone through the duration of each yuga, let's move into the characteristics of each yuga. The first yuga, Satya Yuga, is also known as Krita Yuga or the Golden Age. It was the first and the best of all yugas. It was the age of truth, perfection, and enlightenment. This yuga had no crimes but kindness. All men were saintly. In this age, people had attained an ideal state of mind and their actions always reasoned and virtuous. The sacred texts further state that there was a surplus flow of ideas and thoughts between people. There was only one Veda. There was no agriculture or mining as the earth yielded all of those riches on its own. Weather was pleasant and everybody was happy. No religions existed at this time. There was no disease, dispute, or fear of anything. The human physiology also significantly different from the one that we exhibit today. Humans were gigantic, powerfully built, around 31 feet tall. They had a lifespan that stretched over hundreds of years. During Treta, the second age in the cycle of Mahayuga, the presence of sattva or goodness in human nature had slowly started to diminish. By now, people had nurtured an acute level of intellect, but they had also lost a good deal of control over their body and its physiology. At the beginning of the age, many emperors rise into dominance and conquer the world. The body stature was now lesser than that in the Satya Yuga. An average human was around 14 cubits tall. People become slightly diminished compared to their predecessors, but there were still some exceptional human beings who had attained godly build and divine persona. To name some, Rama, Ravana, Hanuman were considered godlike for their extraordinary strength and intellect. Also known as the Bronze Age, Dwapar Yuga represents an age where the goodness and evil in human nature are neck in neck. Since the human body loses a substantial amount of purity or sattva, people attain a far greater control over their body than their intellect. By the time Dwapar Yuga was at its peak, the man had already lost control over his innermost body, knowledge, and consciousness. He became more attracted to the materialistic perspective of the world, succumbing to his ever-increasing desires. Diseases became more rampant. Humans were discontent and fought with each other. Vedas were divided into 4 parts. People still possessed the characteristics of youth in their old age. Average lifespan of
fair use. For educational purposes only. Fair use, man. Stop hating.
humans was around a century. Kali Yuga, the final age, is the age of darkness and ignorance. The current period that we live in falls under the ascending Kali Yuga, also referred as the Iron Age. As the name already suggests, Kali Yuga witnesses hypocrisy and instability like never before. Human nature is significantly corrupted by the temptations of sin, and only a fickle of conscience remains. In a stark contrast to its previous ages, human lives have been convoluted by ignorance, and the connection to one's inner self has been lost. Knowledge is lost, and scriptures are diminished. Humans eat forbidden and dirty food. The environment is polluted. Water and food becomes toxic and scarce. Wealth is heavily diminished. Families become non-existent. By the end of Kali Yuga, the average lifespan of humans will be as low as 20 years. While some assume that Kali Yuga is the end of the life on planet Earth, it is widely believed that the end of Kali Yuga leads to new beginnings. That is, we will have the Yugas repeating itself. As the Holy Bhagavad Gita says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chadushkratam dharma sansthapanataya sambhavami yuge yuge. In this verse, Lord Krishna says to Arjun, in order to deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I will advent myself, millennium after millennium. That is why it is called the Yuga Chakra, meaning the cycle of Yuga, because it never really ends. It goes on and on with the rise and destruction of evil to establish righteousness or dharma.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Well, y'all see the title, man. I'm popping my stuff today. The timetable of prophecy superior to any timeline given by any spiritual system known to man. What we just went over was one of the last phases of the yugas, the world cycles, called the Kali Yuga. All right, as you see, it's a 432, 1,000-year period. It just started a couple thousand years ago, 3,100 BCE, and it don't end to 428,000 of the common era. You know what I mean? But again, and then you go, okay, so you got that, and then you got with Gregorian calendars and all that. You got the Hebrew calendar. I mean, that's something most people are familiar with. Get you 3761 BC. Get you 3761 BCE. You know what I mean? But anybody can throw dates, right? Anybody can throw dates and all that. Can you put the world events on a timeline and match up your timeline with your time periods and all that, with your timetables of prophecy and all that? Can you do that one? Anybody can throw dates. 9 million BCE. We will the Vadas, the real Hebrews in India, about 9 billion BCE. We had blue skin then, you know what I mean? And then, the Anunnaki, the Anu, the Anak, the new, the new, us, new, Hebrew. Anybody can twist their mouth and throw dates and sound anthropomorphic, since that's a word everybody love throwing around now. Anybody can do any of that. We saying, can you go ahead and match it up with your timetables of prophecy and match up with events that have long been happened on this earth and are recently being discovered from thousands of years ago? Can you do that? Can you start from the common era where we at right now, this time period, and walk backwards in time? And if you can do that, you can walk forward in time. And what you start seeing, don't nobody even got these people. Look. The other spiritual systems don't teach you how to tell time to where it's practical for you. Anybody can come around talking about some 8 trillion damn years ago. How the hell you gonna verify that? How the hell you gonna verify? So anybody can come around. Oh yeah, brother. 10 trillion years ago we was, amphibians. Brother. Blue. That's back when we was blue-black. We was blue-black then. You know what I mean? Yes, when you get the black and the Milan, that's when you get the melanin from, brother. The serpent wisdom. That's us. You get to hearing all types of crazy, idiotic concepts. You be like, what the hell is this boy talking about? What is he even talking about around here? Anybody can twist their mouth and say whatever they want to say, man, but can you make it practical to where it's objective to the person you're trying to convey that to? Once them numbers get so many zeros on them, Negroes lose interest. Nigga ain't gonna sit up to listen to you talking about some 9 trillion damn years ago. Now, if I can't look backwards to map out what's coming in the future, what am I looking backwards for? The hell is the point of prophesying for? I should be able to look back and see a pattern. And lay that forward and say, yeah. You know what I mean? That's it right there. That's what we went through, and this is what's coming. You just running your mouth about something that sounds good. But can we objectively prove any of this stuff they talking about? I'm popping my stuff today. Yes. That's the timetables of prophecy found in Oahspe. You see it on the screen right here. It's superior to any timeline given by any spiritual system known to man, including the Yugas, coming out of Hindu mythology. Oahspe, a primary. Hold on. Pop, you gotta pop. You can't be popping all that and you ain't coming out no primary, Jack. Now, hold on now. Y'all know we've been calling out the commissions for the debate about time and cosmogony and creation. You know what I mean? Crickets. Huh? Yeah, it sound good until we got to go ahead and put it in motion. And you see ain't no motion over that way. Like, dang, yeah. Whole nother force. So I'm over here popping my stuff today, right? And right out the gate, we got a primary. Oahspe, a primary. What is it for? Malachi, for the spiritual and practical enlightenment and development of individuals, groups, and humanity. Okay, nothing evil thus far. For their glory and happiness and for the glory of the whole. In the words of the Creator, Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahuwah, Jehovah, Jehovah, whatever floats your boat. We ain't about to tongue wrestle with you over no pronunciation. Just because you south of the Mason-Dixon line and say aura, and I say look, we know what we talking about. Why we got to play the pronunciation game with each other? You from Cali, I'm from St. Louis, he from New York. Huh? My boy Print Blake from Birmingham, Alabama. Come on, man. We ain't finna play the game. So the Creator game don't even play that. In the words of however you want to pronounce that, in the words of Jehovah, Yahweh, and his angel ambassadors. Now, what is this about? Being a Cosmon Bible, containing the history. If you're talking history, you gotta talk time, don't you? If we don't talk history, don't we gotta talk time? You don't remember when I pressed them boys and asked them what time period was that? Huh? Guess what they was doing? They was doing what my little baby called eating the air. Yeah, when you saw a lip fumbling when you crying, them boys was eating the air. That's what they was doing. The history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens. Good night. Oh, you ain't got off the front page and it's already shut down. History. So we got time periods, right? Of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 25,000 years. Sit down somewhere. That just blew Bible back by 5. By 5. It's the year 5784 according to Bible. 25 is 5 times more than 5. Good night. Being from the submersion of the continental pond in the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. Try us on that too. If that sounds like fairy tale and you know what I mean, Peter Pan, to Peter Panish, try us on that too. Get shut down real quick. Watch this. Being from the submersion of the continental pan in the Pacific Ocean, commonly called the flood or deluge, to the Cosmon era. Now you know what time you in, the present time. So not only are we showing you or differentiating between the Creator and God and Lord God and angels and goddesses and Orion chiefs and Oteons and guess what else we doing? Showing you how to properly tell time. Time. There you go. Now, Negro, I know how to tell time. I got a watch. I got a smartphone. Here you go. Look at this. Also, a brief history of the preceding years from man's beginning on earth to the flood. together with a synopsis of what? The cosmogony of the universe, Malachi. Y'all, we ain't got off the cover. And all I heard is Millie Mouth Misfits twisting their mouths. Over there licking their wounds, but still twisting their mouths, just saying whatever. You ain't never read nothing like this. Stop playing. We not about to sit here and act like, oh, this is just, your regular daily bread. Grandmama used to make you read before you went to church on Sundays. These ain't your daily bread pamphlets. Huh? And you can lick your fingers all day and thumb and hem and flip through your choir books, flip through every page in Bible, Quran, whatever. It ain't talking like this. See, if you ain't willing to be real with yourself, you ain't ready to have no conversation with us. That's it. You know this ain't in your book nowhere. A synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe. And science, y'all talking about y'all having a scientific debate and it ain't even discussed the branches of science. You know how vast science is? Oh, we just gonna do it on science. What branch? We told you, Millie Mouth Nick Rose, creation, time, and cosmogony, which is the branch of science that deals with our solar system and how it was created and the inner workings and the mechanics of it. That's not play the game. We're not here to play with you. If this was a Dr. Seuss green eggs and ham book, y'all have been ran us up out of here. But you can't. This book over here talking about cosmogony. What are we talking about? What is that something that you that can't help man in his progress forward? I mean, you've been hearing all your life in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Here come old little Waspy telling you it ain't holy, it ain't immaculate, but it's telling you how. Let me tell you how it happened. Let me tell you what the Creator did. For you to even be sitting down listening to this right now on this corporeal world that was created. Let's show you what happened all the way up to where you at right now today. Sound interesting to you? See, that's the deal. They part of a game we not playing. We don't play by none of that. This what it say right in your face. Go look. Dang, that's crazy. A cosmogony of the universe, the creation of the planets, Malachi, the creation of man, the unseen worlds with an S. What are we even talking about? The hell is you smelling your upper lip for? Mad. Neck all stiff. What you mad about? This just like, man, look, if you listening to this, you should be like, hold on, nigga, what is that he reading? I was too much of a curious soul not to, man, couldn't nobody read none of this in this manner, in this tone, over no airwave, and I ain't know none of this. I instantly would have been like, hit pause on that. Who was that? What is he reading from? Man, I need to go get that. Ain't no way all this light would have skipped across my plate, my table, when it wasn't food for me. So you got to ask yourself, are you in denial? Yeah, that's just what it is. It's just what it is. I'm in denial. I don't want to admit I've been played with this whole time, man. I ain't just ready to admit it. Dang. In your own time. Ain't no force. I'm just saying, don't act like we don't play ball. That's all I'm saying. If you just ain't ready to take that leap, I ain't mad at you. But you never come up off us over here. So if you ain't ready to take that leap, just sit on back until you gain that courage, until you eat enough Wheaties to take that leap. We ain't never mad at you, but you not about to pop. You ain't about to pop your stuff like we ain't out here pressing play. We press play on it. We play ball when it comes to this. Yeah. The unseen worlds, the labor and glory of gods and goddesses in the heavens of the earth, that's the atmosphere, and in the ethereal heavens above them. That's outer space. What is we even talking about her? You got to be real with yourself at some point and say, hold on, man, I ain't never heard nothing like that. What is that he read? You know what I mean? Because sometimes we got to jar you awake. Can't play with you. Wakey, eggs and bakey. There ain't nobody about to play with Israel. Oh, you got to come off smooth like a baby's bottom. You got to be politically correct and say everything and conjugate your verbs. And man, if you don't get your ass the hell up, I'm turning on lights. Get your ass up off covers. That's how you gotta wake up people that's been in a spiritual slumber their entire existence. That's how you gotta wake them up. Can't wake them up talking about some wakey, eggs and bakey. Man, if you don't get up and come on, some of y'all just gotta be real with yourself. You ain't never heard nothing like this, man. So don't let your personal biases or prejudice or racism or whatever it is stop you from gaining this higher light. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what it will do. Being a damn bigot, being prejudiced, it blinds you and it lowers your vibration. It lowers your frequency. You ain't no child. You ain't no sippy cup, bro. You know how to read something and be like, you know what? That don't even sit right with me. Huh? So yeah, and also I heard it was a few older gentlemen offended at the game. You know what I mean? I would just say, y'all just stay in y'all lane. Keep doing what y'all doing, and we're gonna do what we do. I mean, certain men are raised up to do certain things, right? And we them. That's it. We gonna get down in the mud if we got to. You look like you ain't getting in no mud. It's all good. It's all good. Everybody ain't made from the mud, or everybody that don't get it out the mud. Yeah. We them guys. We'll get it out the mud if we got to. Feel me? So, that's y'all lane over there. Being politically correct and, the little house on the prairie, skipping through plush meadows, and hey, that's what it is. Now we just a whole different force because we're aimed at jarring awake a whole another group of individuals. You know what I mean? Our people. Right, and our people don't hear it wakey, eggs and bakey. They'll never hear you. You get laughed off the block like that. You gotta jar these Negroes awake. You gotta rattle their spirits. You gotta make them see what he's like. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? And from there we keep going. But look at this so far. Look at this though, y'all. Look at this. With the new commandments of the Creator to man of the present day. Today, good and well, you surfing through ancient manuscripts and trying to live like an ancient. That was sufficient for the time. You in this time now. You in this time. You got people who won't take a damn shower unless they got their fringes on. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. What does this have to do with spiritual progression? Treating your neighbor right, just being a solid individual. and other revelations from the second resurrection formed in the 33rd year of the Cosmine era, 1882. Okay, so y'all, right off the front, we dealing with time if we dealing with history, a history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 25,000 years. We're dealing with history. If you're dealing with history, guess what you're dealing with? You're dealing with time. You're dealing with time. If you understand that, throw some nines up in the chat, family. You know, we here to work. We here to work. We ain't here to play with him. We here to work. You go ahead and drop this up in the chat too. Man, we here to work. That's the deal, man. You feel me? Like, I don't know if y'all seen that battle D Block or the Locks had with Dipset. You dig? And I told everybody before it happened what was gonna happen. I was like, I don't know why y'all think them boys can outflow them boys. Them boys gonna get it out. Them boys get it out the mud. You know, one may have, you know, more jewels and all that, but there's somebody else that's gonna come there to sweat. That's gonna work. And the niggas that showed up, not cute and flashy, but showed up to work, bodied some shit. They caught bodies that night. Yeah, D Block came through and put them boys, to make them boys look like mental midgets. You know why? Because they was there to sweat. Likewise, when the Four Horsemen, when we create a gang, when we show up, we there to sweat. We ain't there to, you know what I mean, be all facetious and exchange fancy and smooth soliloquies. No, y'all there to see us sweat, and that's what we gonna do. Hey, the link is in the chat for bros want to hop on. C-Lock, Cal, Durrell, y'all hop on, man. It's all good. Now watch this. Because I heard some cats talking crazy, like they don't know what's up. You know what I mean? Some elder gentlemen, you know, gentlemen had something to say about the Four Horsemen. All right, let's go.
Your host, C-Lock Shalom. And this is the Cosmine Teachings in the Words of Jehovah and His Angel Ambassadors from the Cosmine Bible of Owaski. And the topic of discussion today is called High Science Charts and Illustration using verses from Owaski. So what I'm going to do now is go through the chart once again, and I'm going to spit verses from the Owaski to show you how it correlates with the chart. See what I'm saying? So I'm going to do a couple videos.
Man, this video like 9-10 years ago. Look at C-Lock. Look at that boy, C-Lock, boy. Man, they better act like they know, boy. You understand? Bro been putting this work in for a very, very long time. Look at this. Look at his wall. Look at this wall, man. Man, if y'all don't leave my bro alone, man, look, man, I heard these cats so crazy. They called all of us by name, too. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I know good and well. You understand? Like, come on, man. Like, when it come down to really putting in that pain and that work coming out of Owaski, I'm telling you. All right, so today, guess what we gonna do? We gonna learn how to tell time today. Y'all need to go ahead and grab y'all Owaskis, grab your notebooks and your pens and all that. And we about to let the God go ahead and teach. See, niggas talk, you feel me? But look, all we gotta do is reach back into the archives and they do this right here. And I guarantee there ain't nobody else coming out of no spiritual system in the earth that's about to explain this to you. Using their book. I'm not talking about using all these various, this battle of the holy book. Where your book at? So he gonna be going to Owaski verses. We gonna be pausing, making sure it's in there. You know, because you got naysayers acting like, you know, we don't know what we talking about. You dig? Peace to the God, C-Lock Shalom. What's the word, King?
Peace to the righteous God. Boy, I see you touching on them timetables of prophecy right now, son.
Yeah, man. Hey, you know what I mean? It's time for our people to know how to tell time, brother. You know what I mean?
Big facts. Big facts.
Boy, but since I got you on here, brother, you've been doing this a very, very long time. What year were you inspired to pick up Owaski and start reading it, man? And you know, and going through it practically. Talk to us.
Peace to the righteous God, Malachi Maccabee, Cosmo Cal, Deborah Cosmo. Make sure y'all subscribe to Malachi Maccabee, Honor and Humility. But it was like early 2000, like 2005, 2006 is when I came across the Owaspi. Like I said, I came across it to a Jamaican cat, Nyabingi Rastaman them. You know what I mean? So, and he ain't even had the fullness of the book yet, as far as the understanding. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? I got the book in 06. I read through that joint, and I was like, damn, there's some heavy stuff, and ain't nobody got this info. Ain't nobody speaking on this. Then I went to YouTube. You know, you type in anything in YouTube, it's gonna pop up. Put Owaspi in there, ain't nothing pop up. I like, damn, they ain't even got no lessons on YouTube about this book. So when I thoroughly ran through it, I started putting up the lessons. You know what I mean? And you know, you be talking over. Damn, I don't even know. I can even over a decade ago. I can even put a number on it at this point. I just got to look at the dates. But it just goes to show you that all these new cats trying to come out talk about Owaspi, it goes to show you like, nigga, I've been laid the groundwork for this shit.
Yeah.
When there was no JJ, Sanetta TV ain't had a clue about it. I done seen Sanetta interview white boys, PhD white boys on this channel, and they didn't know what Owaspi was. So it's just to show you how light years ahead I was when dealing with this information. And with age, you grow with wisdom. So my approach and my tactics about Owaspi will show through the age of the wisdom since how long I've been around. You know what I mean? It's like martial arts. The new student ain't gonna beat the master. The master gonna always have a trick up his sleeve that the student don't know. And that's kind of with me how I flex with Owaspi. My tactics and my strategies will always keep me on the edge because I know what they know, but they don't know what I know.
Yeah.
Now, by the time you get to know what I know, I'm somewhere else with it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, that's what I came across. And nobody was speaking about this, man. That's why when they try to make the attacks, they try to act like the Eliyaras and the JJs. They try to act like they want to read a couple pages. Maharaka, act like, I got the book. Zion likes I got the book. Nigga, that don't mean shit. I had this book for how long? And I'm still figuring it out. You know what I mean? So they don't new cats gonna come and think they're gonna challenge me. I don't know Owaspi when I've been doing this over damn near 20 years. Ain't no way in hell.
Hey, bro, man, look, I seen this video a long time ago, man. I was surfing through the channel yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, look, I'm about to go ahead and put this one up. This bro got a whole, this whole bro got a whole algorithm on the wall behind him.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I said it's like the timetables of prophecy is gonna let you know exactly. Yeah.
Algorithm.
Exactly. There is no confusion.
Code. So let me ask you something, C-Line. So what did it like when you finally understood the how the timetables of prophecy and all that work dealing with Owaspi? When you finally understood it and was able to draw all that out like that, bro. Tell me how that felt. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my nigga, felt like I was a kid at the candy store because I'm always into like, you know, playing with numbers, illustrations, and graphs. So the Owaspi gave you something to work with, especially in the book of Safar. I mean, the book of Asham, when it started breaking down from a Danai to a Danai, you know what I mean? A square, a cube, you know what I mean? But really, but what really laid the foundation, I got to give props to Jim Denon because he started the timetables of prophecy. I just enhanced the bitch. You feel me? So when I put the arc cycles in there with the reigning gods and the history, now it's an open. When you know when they talk about the Bible is an open book. No, the Owaspi is the real open book because when you lay down the histories, you could verbally see what's going. I mean, you could visually see what's going on with humanity, the influence, what God influenced them, showing you the influence on earth, the rise and fall. Everything is there. So it's like when I talk to anybody about history, we got the upper hand because we got a timetable chart that we can look and pinpoint. Are we talking about Kemet? Oh, that's the 23rd arc cycle. Are we talking about Moshe? That's the beginning of the 24th. Are we talking about Yeshua? That's the beginning. That's the sub-cycle within the 24th arc cycle. I got all that in my mind. So it's like debating or coming across anybody who is not profound in history, we're going to have the upper hand. We got the upper hand on history and the gods.
I know. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, that's the whole algorithm on the wall behind this, man.
Exactly. That's the whole algorithm.
It's how your computer works.
Right.
It's the algorithm.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I took the time out to chart that joint out because of the inspiration. It was like, yo, I couldn't even write that on a small piece of paper. I had to chart. You see how big it is? I had to spread that out.
Oh, I say, man, dude, he got about 1,000 pieces of loose leaf paper taped together. This bro was serious with this.
Yeah, exactly. Those are Those are pieces of paper. That's from a notebook I taped together to make that happen. You
Yeah,
feel me?
loose leaf paper.
Exactly. So that's what I've been trying to tell these cats. Just like, bro, in a debate, if they win the battle of the holy books, y'all ain't seen no Waspy, bro. Sarnetta don't even know about that video. A lot of cats on the conscious level is not even aware of that particular video right there.
Yeah.
They want to talk mathematics. They want to talk about, you know, the Egyptians was mathematicians. Ain't no mathematics dealing with creation on that level right there.
Nah, bro, it's a whole nother level. You know what I mean? But look, I ran across this video a while ago. Like, dang, like, bro, I already knew it. I knew it did. You know what I mean? Bro, ain't nobody even got nothing for that. Like, if you was to try to come against that, ain't nobody got nothing for that.
Nah, because even when I had the debate with,
Man,
yeah,
ain't
even,
no Negro gonna tell me otherwise. I already know.
even when I had the debate with the elder, and I pulled out the 23rd and 24th Ark cycle, and I was showing the history. I'm like, look, you right here. Anything you want to talk about, prophecy, biblical prophecy, Moses, Yeshua, all this right here. And then when you look how small the history is on that chart, you're like, damn, we boasting about the Israelite history, and it's a small part, a small piece on the chessboard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Hey, everybody over here, like, look at young C-Lot.
Yeah. I'm all white now. I'm all grayed up now.
Hey, man, you been doing your, hey, salute, you been doing your thing. Hey, look, C-Lot, this is all we need to do, though. Let's just enhance the video. You know, we got all this AI technology now, bro. We can go ahead and just put out a whole new video update.
Yeah, big fact. Because I wanted to do another chart.
Yeah.
I definitely want to do another chart. And I definitely want to make some more scrolls.
Yeah, that's what I was tripping off. I said, man, this man straight drew this out.
Yeah. So all that, and the crazy thing is I could draw all that out off the top of my dome. I ain't got to look at nothing. That same chart on the back of there, I can draw it out right now without looking at anything.
Yeah. See. All right, so look, we about to go ahead. I'm about to hit play. Let me know if anytime you need me to stop, you want to explain something in greater detail. It's all good, bro. You know what I mean? Everybody that's listening, I will advise y'all to get y'all Waspies out, get y'all pens and notebooks. Take notes. What you about to get is the algorithm on how this thing we call creation work, how it run. And again, even if you disagree, you feel me? You're gonna be hard pressed to find something that can hold a candle to it. Yeah, that part. All right, so I'm about to hit play. Let's work.
Peace, this your host, C-Lot Shalom. And this is the Cosmon Teachings in the Words of Jehovah and His Angel Ambassadors from the Cosmon Bible of Waspy. And the topic of discussion today is called High Science Charts and Illustration using verses from Owaspy. So what I'm going to do now is go through the chart once again, and I'm going to spit verses from the Owaspy to show you how it correlates with the chart. See what I'm saying? So I'm going to do a couple videos from here on out using the chart as a basis, because this is the basis of prophecy. So everything is going to fall in alignment on the chart, whether it be dealing with the gardens, whether we dealing with the ages, the eras, the Gedar periods, the arc cycles, the history. It's all going to be placed on the chart. Everything falls in place on the timetables of prophecy. And with that, let's get into it. Now, what we have here is the orbit of the solar system showing the 8 gardens. The same way I showed it laid out in a straight line, here it is in the orbit, so you can get the visual. Because this is the orbit of the solar system. And if you notice in the 7th garden there, I got a little a picture of the solar system, just a depiction to show you where we position in the orbit of the solar system around the Milky Way galaxy. Now, in the book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 2, it states, and Jehovah caused the earth and the family of the sun to travel in an orbit, the circuit of which requires of them 4,700,000 years.
He threw a script out. Let's show y'all how this works. Bagging down. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7. Verse 2. Boys don't want no scientific nothing with us, man. I'm going to be real with you. Look at this. Look at this. And Creator caused the earth and the family of the sun to travel in an orbit, the circuit of which requires them 4,700,000 years. And he placed in the line of orbit at distances of 3,000 years Etherian lights, at which places, as the earth passes through, angels from the second heaven come into its corporeal physical presence. As ambassadors, they come in the companies of hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. And these are called the Etherian hosts of the Most High. He already pulled script.
And he placed in the line of the orbit at distances of 3,000 years Etherian lights. So right here, this verse is showing you that the solar system is traveling in an orbit that takes 4,700,000 years, roughly. And those are the 8 gardens of 576,000 years apiece, will bring you to that 4,700,000 within those ranges. It's not a precise number. The numbers can fluctuate. They can overlap. Now coming to the arc cycles, in the verse where it states that, and he placed in the line of the orbit at distances of 3,000 years Etherian lights. So these are the 3,000 year periods that the Creator is talking about, that the earth passes through every 3,000 years. And I have the arc cycles only for the inhabitable time laid out on this chart, because that's the most important time. So it's 48 arc cycles in the inhabitable age. And in return, that's 48 arc cycles in each garden. But the most significant time of these arc cycles.
Y'all see that? 144,000 years. I'm waiting for the 144,000 to be sealed. You don't know, these are years.
Facts. And another thing is that, you know what I mean, like, we got a timeline that no other book got. You know what I'm saying? Bible don't got a timeline like that. The Kemetic community don't have a timeline like that. But go ahead, Ken.
All right, watch this.
3,000 year periods that the Creator is talking about, that the earth passes through every 3,000 years. And I have the arc cycles only for the inhabitable time laid out on this chart, because that's the most important time. So it's 48 arc cycles in the inhabitable age. And in return, that's 48 arc cycles in each garden. But the most significant time of these arc cycles is the second age.
48 arc cycles in each garden. 4 gardens to a sum. Right? Each one of them deals is 144,000 years. 48 arc cycles at 3,000 average each gets you 144,000. And that's one garden. You got 4 gardens and one sum, total of 576,000 years. And you got 8 of them suckers. Man, in one orbit, totaling 4,700,000, 4,600,000, something like that. And that's a subgalactic orbit. That ain't even the main orbit around the galactic center. See, we waiting for the 144,000 to be sealed. You don't know it's no 144,000 years is a time period. Right? The inhabitable age of the earth is 144,000 years. You like halfway. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Now, the next thing we're going to show in the OASP is the 4 ages. Now, in the book of Ashong, son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 6, it states, and 4 ages, or 4 cubes, cube and ages, one and the same thing, shall be called one sum, or garden, Garden, sum, magnitude are one and the same thing, different words for the same thing. So let me go over that again. 4 ages, these are your 4 ages, shall be called one sum or one garden, because the magnitude thereof embraces one equal of the great serpent. So these boxes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, those are one equal of the travel of the great serpent, as shown here. See that? Each box is one equal of the travel of the great serpent. So when it stateth, and 4 cubes, or 4 ages, which are your 4 ages, shall be called one garden, because it embraced one equal, this is one equal, of the great serpent, of the travel of the orbit, the solar system. See that in high science. It's going to take you some time to get this, I understand. Now coming back to the 4 ages for a minute. In the book of Jehovah, chapter 4, verse 14 through 18, it gives a summary. Verse 14, it states, man sought to know the progression of things. And Jehovah answered him, saying, verse 15, first, as a vapor, the vortex carry it forth, and as it condenses, its friction engender heat, and it is molten, becoming as a globe of fire in heaven. Then it takes its place as a newborn world, and I set it in the orbit prepared for it. Verse 16, in the next age I bring it into Simu. All this is taking place in the time of creation. For it is ripe for the bringing forth of living creatures, and I bestow the vegetable and animal kingdom. Now that verse right there.
No way. Hold on. See, Bob, before they get thinking that you just making this up on the fly. He making this up off the cusp. Huh? Before y'all think that my bro making any of this up, hold on. Book of Jehovah, Yahweh, the Creator, chapter 4, verse 13. Man sought to know the progress of things. Jehovah answered him, saying, open your eyes, O man. There is a time of childhood, a time of propagation, a time of old age, and a time of death to all men. It is likewise with all the corporeal worlds I have created. Good night, boy. Easy to understand, ain't it? Huh? 4 ages to man, 4 ages to the world. How about because you are your own world? Look at this. First, as vapor, the vortex carries it forth. And as it condenses, its friction engenders heat. And it is molten, becoming as a globe of fire in heaven. Sound like a sun, don't it, huh? Then it takes its place as a newly born world. And I set it in the orbit prepared for it. In the next age, I bring it, the world, the globe of fire, into Simu. For it is ripe for the bringing forth of living creatures. And I bestow the vegetable and animal kingdom. Simu 68, look what it says. Look at this. It says commingled earth, air, water, heat, and thick atmospherial protoplasm-like, colloidal-like substance. It's going to go into Hotu and all that. Look at this. Look at this. Next it enters Hotu. Well, this Hotu is barrenness. So a time of creation, a time to live on the earth, a time of barrenness. It's called Hotu in the Wasp. You're getting the whole system in order. 4 ages to man, 4 ages to a year, summer, spring, winter, fall. 4 ages to a world. Next, the world, it enters Hotu, barrenness, for it is past the age of begetting, even as the living who are advanced in years. Next, it enters Adu, and nothing can generate upon it. Then comes Oobs, and it is spirited away. into unseen realms. Thus I create and dissipate planets, suns, moons, and stars. Hold on, boy. Hold on. My examples are before all men. My witnesses are without number. I raise the tree up out of the ground. I give it a time to bring forth fruit, followed by a time of barrenness. Then comes death and finally dissolution. I prepare the new field with rich soil, bringing forth, and the old field that is exhausted. And by my examples, man shall weigh the progress and destiny of a whole world. Let's get back to it. Wait. These games you think you're playing? If y'all get some understanding, go ahead and spend some vortices in the chat, man. You dig? Can't do nothing but salute brothers. There's been brothers and sisters that's been holding it down for so many years, man. You can't do nothing but respect that. Can't do nothing but respect that. He's saying stuff most you millie mouth misfits wouldn't dare whisper. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too.
That verse right there is explaining the time of creation. From when the earth starts, when the creation of the planet starts from a vortex, gathering the minerals to the center of the vortex, creating a ball of fire, a globe of fire. And then after that globe of fire cools down, the mineral kingdom appears. And then after the mineral kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, and the animal kingdom, and the mortal kingdom all takes place in the time of creation. Now, verse 17. Next it enters Hutu, for it is past the age of begetting, even as the living who are in Dantage, the inhabitable time. Hutu represents the time of inhabitation. Simu represents the time of creation. These are terms in Owaspi that you're not going to hear nowhere else but in Owaspi. Now, in the next age, it enters Adu, and Adu is the time of barrenness, and nothing can generate upon it. As I stated before, when a tree cannot give its fruit in the fall season, it's barren. It will have to wait till it comes back around to spring and summer to bear its fruit. But when it's in the third age or the fall season, the time of barrenness, it doesn't give its fruit. Next, the fourth age. And then it says, then cometh Uz, and it is spirited away into the unseen realm. Thus create I, and thus dissipate planets, sun, moon, and stars. So these are the 4 ages that every celestial body goes through in the cosmos, whether it's the sun, the planet, or the stars.
Y'all understand that? That's the same rules apply to all suns, moons, stars, and planets. That's the process right there. Same rules apply. So if you understand, see, again, anybody can twist their mouths and say a whole bunch of big words you don't understand and throw a whole bunch of numbers and put them so far out, you ain't got no way of verifying none of that. But if what Selah Shalom is making sense to you, to where you can get up there and you can type in 144,000 times 4 and get your mind blown at that 578,000 that come back. You know what I mean? And that's just one guard, and then times that by 8, and you got one subgalactic orbit of our solar system around this galaxy, man. At 4,608,000, something like that. Get your mind blown. So this is easy math anyone can do. You just got to know the times. You just got to know the numbers. You just got to know the cycles. You see? So if this is very, very, very understandable and easy to understand, y'all, go ahead and throw some foes up in the chat. Let's keep pushing, man. Let's keep pushing. Remember, you're learning to tell time now. It ain't no spiritual system you're going to go to that's going to break it down for you. To where it's practical. Hmm.
And in some cases, even some moons on a smaller scale. But they go through these 4 ages. Can't escape it. Every corporeal body that comes into creation has to start with the vortex. And the vortex gather the minerals, the gaseous states, into the center of the vortex, creating a global fire. And then the cooling of that global fire produces the mineral kingdom, and then the vegetable, animal, and mortal kingdom. See, this is high science. This is basic knowledge, really. But we just haven't had it because we've been overran by these false gods and these false religions. Now let me get into these Gadol degrees. Now in the book of knowledge, chapter 4, verse 17, it states, by Jehovah in mastery over his person created he countless worlds, of which the corporeal earth is just one. And he created the living thereon, and the time was 1 Gadol, 24,000 years. And like I said before, these are your 24,000 year periods, your Gadol degrees. So in that verse, it says he created the living, animal, and mortals in 1 Gadol. So this is the Gadol he created them in, the last 24,000 year period of the first age. See that? And the temperature had to be suitable enough to bring forth animal and man. Because up here, the planetary temperature is unsuitable for mortals. See that? But when we come to 100 to 99 on the borderline, it's suitable for animal and man. And keep in mind, these 24,000 years, you can compare them to processions. And those are 24,000 year periods. And Gadol is a Hebrew word meaning great length, great magnitude of time. Now, in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 5, verse 17, it states, place the Simeon age, the time of creation, at 99 degrees, the time of quickening animal life. See that? So this verse is saying the time of quickening animal life, 99 Gadol degrees within this time period, on the borderline of the creation and inhabitation. In this time period, this is where man is being created at. Now let's see what the next verse says. In the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 5, verse 19, it states, to find the Simeon age, the time of creation, especially for man, place his temperature at 98 degrees for good health. See that? Place his temperature for 98 degrees for good health. And 102 for inflammation and death. Unsuitable for mortals unsuitable for mortals right here. Unsuitable for mortals on the planet at this time period. 4 below normal, this is normal. 4 below normal, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see what the verse says. 4 below normal will therefore be the period of man's inhabitation on the earth. After the vortexian radiation reaches this period, man will cease to propagate and so become extinct as to the earth. See that? So when the earth comes 4 below its normal, inhabitable, suitable time, he'll come to his extinction. So the creation of man from 99 Gadol degrees to 94 is the inhabitable time of mortals on the planet. So the notes are 102, as the verse said, 102 is inflammation and death, unsuitable for mortals on the planet. 99, 98. 99 is the time of quickening in animal life. 98 is good health from animal and man on the planet, 4 below normal. 94, man will cease to propagate, meaning they will cease to have offspring. So this is the time of extinction for mortals on the planet. Using the ghetto degrees.
I didn't even know y'all couldn't hear me, but I was just saying that's cold. The Waspy talk about your body temperature and why it is at 98.6. And what 1, 2, 3, 4 degrees too high or too low, you got inflammation and death. And when the average body temperature gets down to 94 on Earth, man will cease to propagate and will become extinct. And it's also amazing how that your body temperature, the vortex is in proportion to your body temperature, or your body temperature is in proportion to the vortex. That's wild, man. Waspy even talk about your body temperature. Good night.
24,000 year periods. The processions. See that? Now, plate 38 in the Owaspy states, Jehovah saith, in the time of Simu, which is the time of creation, I brought forth the earth into semi-dark and semi-light, and darkness was upon the face of the earth for a space of 3,000 years. And yet for other 3,000 years hath darkness covered all the land and water. And this time period he's referring to is the last 6,000 years right here. That last 6,000 years is what he's referring to. So when man was created, the planet was in darkness. Not total darkness, but semi-darkness, like evening. Semi-dark, semi-light. That's what the verse is saying when man came forth. And here's to back it up, to justify that. Behold, O man, as I have given to females a time to bring forth their young, so gave I to the earth a time for the conception of living species on the land, in the water, and in the air above. And I call the time of the era Simu, the time of creation. See that? Now let me show you in Owaspy where it speaks of these eras. Now, in the book of Asham, chapter 2, verse 6, it states, and 4 Denhais. A Denhai is also an arc cycle of 3,000 years. So it's saying 4 arc cycles shall be called 1 square or 1 era. An era is called a square too. There's different names for these terms, but I chose the most term that would be more suitable. So let me start from the verse again. And 4 arc cycles or Denhais shall be called 1 era, because this is the sum of 1 density, which is 12,000 earth years. So like I said, an era is a period of 12,000 years, which is 4 arc cycles of a 3,000 year period within an era. See that? So for example, these are the arc cycles of 3,000 years. So 4 arc cycles make 1 era. See that? So the second era is likewise. So for example, of these eras in Owaspy, in the book of Owaspy, it states, after the creation of man, right there, first arc cycle, the Creator Jehovah said unto him, that thou shalt know thou art the work of my hand, I have given thee capacity for knowledge, power, and dominion. And this was the first era. See that? So that verse referring to man in the first era is the first 4 arc cycles. See that? So right here, that verse was talking about this time period. Now it talks about the second era. Let's see what the verse says about the second era. Verse 2. But man was helpless. He understood not the voice of the Almighty, neither stood he upright. And Jehovah called his angels, who were older than the earth. And he said unto them, go ye raise man upright, and teach him to understand. Verse 3. And the angels of heaven descended to the earth, and raised man upright. And man wandered about on the earth. And this was the second era. See that? This is the second era right here. That's that time period where that verse is referring to. The second era. Now let's move into the third era, which is right up in here. The 90th Kettle degree. Now, in the Waspy, chapter 1, verse 4, it states, Jehovah said to the angels that were with man, Behold, men hath multiplied on the earth, bringing them together, teach them to dwell in cities and nations. Verse 5, and the angels of Jehovah taught the people of the earth to dwell together in cities and nations. This was the third era. And this is that right here, the third era. Now in Owaspy, the 10th cycle after the creation of man is the first era of civilization, coinciding with the third era, where Jehovah told the angel to come down to man to teach him how to dwell together in cities and nations. And then in the 10th cycle, after the creation of man, you have the first era of civilization, as stated. Now in the book of Synopsis of 16 cycles, chapter 1, verse 18, it states, and the 10th cycle, which is the 10th cycle you see right there, the 10th arc cycle after the creation of man. So the 10th cycle was under Mitsilichiva, chieftainess of the archers of Lost Go Back, in the Ark of Nu. That was the name of the arc cycle. And her harvest was 10,800 million. Now here's where the first era of civilization is mentioned in the 10th arc cycle, verse 19. And now the earth was peopled over. All the continents and islands of the earth were inhabited by man. Nor was there left any wilderness wherein man did not dwell. Verse 20, but the generations of men had fallen from 33 years down to 12 years, and man and woman were at maturity at 7 years old, and not many lived above 30 years, but they were prolific, many of the mothers bringing forth 80 sons and daughters, and from 2 to 4 at birth. Verse 21, and man dwelt in peace, and the earth was tilled and brought forth abundantly of everything that was good for man to eat and to clothe himself. And there were in those days great cities and hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, thousands and thousands of such cities in all 5 great divisions of the earth. And man built ships and sailed over the ocean in all directions around about the whole earth. By the angels of the Lord was he taught and guided in all things. And man had books, both written and printed. And the young were taught in schools a knowledge of the sun, moon, and stars, and of all things that are upon the earth, and in the waters thereof. This was therefore called the first period of civilization on the earth. Boom, right there. 10th arc cycle after the creation of man. And the Owaspy showed you that this was the first era of civilization. See that? And the time period is roughly 40,000 years ago, 40,000 BC. Roughly 40,000 years ago. So from the creation of man and his upward progression, by the 10th arc cycle after the creation of man, man reached their first zenith of civilization. Within the third era, as we read, that this took place in the third era. See that? 10th arc cycle, first era of civilization, all coinciding. Long before Egypt down here. Where Egypt at? 23rd arc cycle is the time of the rise of Egypt, Sumer, Kemet, Hebrew, and all that. And we all the way in the 10th arc cycle, long before that. So Owaspy is rendering up lost histories. And notice it said that man was at maturity at 7 years old, and not many lived to be above 30. Imagine that. Now we're going to move into the 4th era, right here. And it states, verse 6, and in that same time, the beast, self, rose up before man and spoke to him, saying, possess thou whatsoever thou wilt, for all things are thine and are good for thee. Verse 7, and man obeyed the beast, self, and war came into the world, and this was the 4th era. So the 4th era, right here, is when man began to war upon the earth. And if you notice, this is the 4th era where man begins to war, and then it's leading up, the climax is leading up to what would be the flood. So you have 12,000 years of man increasing in warfare, which in return will produce a condition on the earth where the Creator will decree the sinking of a continent. based off the descent of the nature of man from civil to beast. Now let's move into the fifth era. What did the OSB say about the fifth era? It says, verse 8, and man was sick at heart, and he called out to the beast, self, saying, Thou saith possess thyself of all things, for they are good for thee. Now behold, war and death have encompassed me about on all sides. I pray thee, therefore, teach me peace. Verse 9, but the beast said, self, think not I come to send peace on the earth. I come not to send peace, but a sword. I come to set man at variance against his father, and a daughter against her mother. Whatsoever thou findest to eat, be it fish or flesh, eat thou thereof, taking no thought of tomorrow. Verse 10. And man ate fish and flesh, becoming carnivores, and darkness came upon him. Neither yet he heard he the voice of Jehovah, nor believed in him. And this was the fifth era. See that? This was the fifth era when that took place. Man became carnivorous in his diet. See, the Creator don't want you eating flesh. That's not part of his program. See that? That's the fifth era. Now let's see what they're talking about in the sixth era. Right here. Verse 11. And the beast, self, divided itself into 4 great heads and possessed the earth about, and men fell down and worshipped them. Verse 12. And the name of the beast, and the names of the heads of the beasts were Bremen, Buddhist, Christian, and Muhammadan. And they divided the earth and apportioned it between themselves, choosing soldiers and standing armies for the maintenance of their earthly aggrandizement. Verse 13. And the Brahmins had 7 million soldiers, the Buddhists had 20 million, the Christians 7 million, and the Muhammadans 2 million, whose trade was killing man and man in service of the beast, gave 1/6 of his life and labor to war, standing army, and 1/3 of his life he gave to dissipation and drunkenness. And this was the sixth era. See that? Now, if you notice in the sixth era, it said that the heads of the beast were Christianity, Brahmanism, Buddhism, and Islam. And that those religions rose in the 24th arc cycle. So every arc cycle, there are 4 false gods that usually rise up and try to overthrow the earth before it's redeemed. That usually takes place in every arc cycle, the rise and fall of nations. So that's referring to the 24th arc cycle, talking about Brahma, the Brahmanism, the Buddhists, the Christians, and the Muslims, the 4 heads of the beast. Because I told y'all in the documentary, those are 4 false religions inspired by fallen angels. Kabbalites, Enoxa, Gabriel, and Luamung. See that? Now let's see what it say about the 7th era, because this is where we're at present time. We just entered the 7th era. We're in the 25th arc cycle. We're 166 years within the 25th arc cycle. 2014 is 166 years from 1848. See, we dealing with a whole different mathematics here. Now, verse 14, it says, Jehovah called to man to desist from evil, but man heard not. But man heard him not. For the cunning of the beast had changed man's flesh, so that his soul was hid as if in a cloud, and he loved sin. Verse 15, Jehovah called unto his angels in heaven, saying, Go ye down to the earth once more, to man, whom I created to inhabit the earth, and enjoy it. And say ye to him, Thus saith Jehovah. Verse 16, Behold, the 7th era is at hand. Thy creator commandeth thy change from a carnivorous man of contention to an herbivorous man of peace. The 4 heads of the beast, Brahma, Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, shall be put away, and war shall be no more on the earth. Thy army shall be disbanded, and from this time forth, whosoever desires not to war, those shall not impress, for it is the commandment of the Creator. So here it's saying that the 7th era, get my stick, The seventh era is at hand. This is where we at. And the Creator commands man to change from a carnivorous diet of contention to an herbivorous diet of peace, because it's the carnivorous food you eating that got you into this atmosphere of contention and warfare. All you got to do is look at nature and look how the animals move. Look at the carnivorous animals compared to the herbivorous animals. The carnivorous animals can carry contention, strife, and they move in a warlike mentality. But the herbivores are more in peace. They don't fight over their food. They live in a peaceful environment. So that's the Creator using as an example. It's time to become herbivores, to put away warfare off the planet. And this is the seventh era. So it's the 25th arc cycle we in right now. See that? And all this is the future right here. All this is the future. See that? And then this is where we become extinct on the planet. Right here. So we got roughly 72,000 years before we become extinct to the planet. See that? We just finished the first inhabitable age. So now we're starting at the second point of the inhabitable age. So we have another 72,000 years before we become extinct. See that? So this is the first half right here from here. And from here to here, the beginning of the second half. And this is the beginning of the second half right here. Coming this way. See that? Now we're going to move into the name of the arc cycles. I'm going to start with the 17th arc cycle and go through it to the 24th. Starting with the Ark of Noah. Now, as stated in the book of Aph, son of Jehovah, chapter 1, verse 1, it states, this period was commonly called the flood of waters. Verse 1, in the time of the world, 24,000 years before Cosmon. Let me explain that. Before Cosmon. Cosmon took place right here. This is the 25th arc cycle. The 25th arc cycle is called the Ark of Cosmon. So when we come down, the 24th, the 25th will be here. That's the Ark of Cosmon. That's where we at now. So from the 17th arc cycle to the 24th, 25th is 24,000 years before Cosmon. So that's what the verse is saying when it says in the world 24,000 years before Cosmon. Now, here we go. In the time of the world 24,000 years before Cosmon, the great serpent, which is the sun and its planets, being in the ark of Noah in the Etherian heavens. See that? So the Ark of Noah is the name of the arc cycle as the earth passed through in the Etherian heavens. And the Etherian God that was under the management of the earth as it passed through was Aph, son of Jehovah. And this is during the time of the flood. And the purpose of the flood was the sinking of the continent of Pan. You can go back and watch the flood account in the playlist, and I'll give you a whole breakdown of what took place during this time period. See that? So now we come to the 18th arc cycle. The name of this Etherian God is the sun, is Su, son of Jehovah. The 19th arc cycle, the Ark of Rupta, the Etherian God to rule was Apollo, son of Jehovah. Now I know what some of y'all would say, Apollo, oh, that's the Greek nigga. That's the Greek motherfucker, right? But look at the time period. It's 16,000 BC. The Apollo that you're referring to, that you would try to use that against me, is in this time period. This is when the Greeks rose. But look, we way over here, long before then. So you got to understand what's going on with these names and terms before you make quick assessment and judgment. The time of Apollo, the purpose of Apollo coming was to beautify the human figure. But you have to understand the book of Apollo to know this, right? So let me move on to the 20th arc cycle. The Etherian God to rule under this arc cycle was Thor, son of Jehovah. And the purpose of Thor was to teach man how to carve, how to make images, to take wood and make a bird. See that? These are the lessons taught through man's progression. Now, when we come to the now, I know what some of y'all would say, oh, that's idol worship. No, but you don't understand what's going on here. You got to understand the levels and heights. So I'm just giving you a quick rundown because I know some of the simple-minded people will say they see Thor, they see Apollo, and they'll say, oh, that's the Greek. That's the Greek, but the Greeks is way down here. This predates the Greeks, and these are Etherian angels. See that? So let me move on to the 21st arc cycle after the creation of man, the Ark of Dai. And the Etherian God to rule was Osiris, son of Jehovah. Now I notice I say Osiris the first. See that? Now, the Osiris of Egypt is during this time period, Osiris the False. And Owaspi explains the two Osiris the first in the 21st arc cycle, and then Osiris the False in the 23rd arc cycle. So the 23rd arc cycle is 4 millennium BC to 1550 BC. That's the time of that. That's when Osiris and the Kemetic and Sumerian gods rose up. But we 2 arc cycles prior to that. We here 6,000 years before the Osiris the False. And Owaspi explains these things. And Osiris the First, his purpose was to come to teach man the art of science, natural philosophy. See that? And Owaspi goes in length on these stories. Now, in the 22nd arc cycle after the creation of mortals, the Ark of Lu, the Etherian god to rule was Fragapati, son of Jehovah. And this is the time when Zarathustra came on the scene. See that? But look at the time period, 7,000 BC. But they say, wait, Zarathustra time period is way over here. See, you don't know the timetables of prophecy. And then you don't know the plagiarization of some of these prophets by these fallen angels to try to cut them off from the planet, to plagiarize them. Some of these false gods pretended to be some of the figures of prior history. See that? So during the 22nd arc cycle, during the time of Zarathustra, the Etherian god to rule over that arc cycle, Fragapati, son of Jehovah. Now, when we come to the 23rd arc cycle, the Ark of Spita, it was the Etherian goddess Sepin Armaj, daughter of Jehovah. See that? Females run cycles too. It's not just restricted to men. In Owaspi, females hold a high position, equal to men and surpassing men. So this is the 23rd arc cycle. Now keep in mind, in the last video, this is the arc cycle I charted out for y'all. This is when Egypt rose up, Sumer rose up. This is when a lot of the civilizations that we familiar with came on the scene. But look at the previous gods, the time periods of 3,000 years I went through that we don't even know the history of. You know, the Bible talk about the flood. That's way over here, 25,000 years ago. But the Bible, the scriptures speak of the flood, or the accounts of the flood, the Emuna Elish, the Epic of Gilgamesh. All this came about during the 23rd arc cycle. And it was the false gods who inspired those stories to imprison the minds of mortals. And I explained that in the book of Wars Against Jehovah. See, this is the time of the book. This is the time of wars against Jehovah. Now in the Owaspi, there's a book called the Book of Wars Against Jehovah, and it's this time period, the overthrow of Jehovah. That's why they always say you don't see Jehovah in history. There's no this, there's no proof of the Israelites. You don't know the level of destruction that was going on, and the Book of Jehovah gives you insight on that. And I did a documentary called Book of Wars Against Jehovah. You can go back and check it. See that? And when we come to the 24th arc cycle, the Ark of Ban, the Etherian god to rule was Lika, son of Jehovah. And this is the time of Moses, Exodus, the rise of Israel, the new kingdom, as I explained on the last joint. And 1848 brings the cycle of the 24th arc cycle to an end. See that? So for each arc cycle, there's an Etherian god to rule over it, which help advance the civilizations of mortals on the planet. Now let me explain something I didn't explain on the last video, which is the arc cycle. An arc cycle, like I said, is 3,000 years. Now, when an arc cycle, this is the arc cycle laid out. This is the 3,000 year cycle laid out, but this is the basis of the cycle. See that? So what's going on here is that at the beginning of every arc cycle, the first 200 years is under the reign of the Etherian angels to bring about peace and change on the earth. And then from that, there's sub-cycles of 400 years called times. And there's 7 times in one arc cycle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. And that'll give you your 3,000 years. And these are called sub-cycles. And at the beginning of every sub-cycle, it's called what you call a harvest time. So for every 400 years is a harvest time. Every 400 years, it's a harvest time. See that? And a harvest is the time period for angels to ascend to the next resurrection or the next heavenly plateau. No different than graduation from school. When you graduate and go from the 6th grade to the 7th grade, these are considered those times. They're called harvest times. So if angels at this time are in the first resurrection, they'll be going to the second resurrection. And then when the next harvest time comes, they'll be going from the second resurrection to the third resurrection. And then when the next harvest comes, they will be ascending into Etheria. See that? That's how it works. Because your whole duty is to get off the planet. It's like school. You're going through the grades, and when you get off the high school, you go to the universities out in the cosmos, likewise. So these take place every 400 years, the subcycles and the harvest times. Now, within a time of 400 years in Owaspy, it breaks it down. In the book of Osiris, the first, not the Osiris the false of Egypt during this time, but Osiris the first, when he came, it states, Book of Osiris, son of Jehovah, chapter 6, verse 20 and 21, it states, verse 20, time and half times have I given to my corporeal worlds and their heavens. In a time, right here, a time, have I made a full resurrection to those who aspire to my heavens above, nor do I go away from any place I created, saying, go thou alone for a season. But in a time, I manifest new light, for such also are my creations. Think not that I have given seasons to my corporeal worlds only. I have given seasons to my atmospherian worlds. So here we're saying that every 400 years is a harvest, is a resurrection, an ascension. See that? Verse 21. Is not summer on earth a half time, and winter a half time, and the two one full time? So I created for the atmosphere a time of 400 years, and 7 times, that's the 7 right there, and a half created I one Dani, or one arc cycle. See that? So that's it right here. That's the breakdown of the arc cycle of 3,000 years, broken down to subcycles and the harvest times of ascension during that time period. See that? So at every 400 years, people who die on earth and enter the spirit world and begin to progress in the grades in the schools and colleges in the spirit world have opportunity to have opportunity to ascend during the harvest times. See that? So for the spirits of the dead who have passed on, these are their times when they could ascend at the harvest times. See that? Now to go further and break it all the way down, a time, like the book said, is broken down into half times. And half times are 200-year periods. And a half time is further broken down into the basis of prophecy. This is the basis of the timetables of prophecy. 33, 66, 99, which is 100. 33, 66, 99, then we get 200, your half time. And then you do it again, you get your second half time, which gives you your 1 time. Now, when we break it down further from 33 years, the basis of prophecy is 11-year cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's your 11-year cycle, 22, 33. 33 makes 1 generation. And these 11-year cycles coincide with the sun cycles. See that? So 33 years makes 1 generation. Then the next is 33, 66, 99. 33, 66, 99, your half time. 2 half times makes 1 time. And 7 times and a half makes 1 arc cycle, 3,000 years. That's how it's broken down. So our whole duty is to get off the planet, to graduate off the planet into the Etherian worlds. And every 400 years, you have opportunity to ascend of the grades of the planet and the atmospheric regions before ascending into the Etherian realms during the harvest times. See that? Now, in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 3, verse 14, it gives you a breakdown of the basis of prophecy. Verse 14, it says, the sum of heat and cold, the sum of light and darkness are nearly the same, 1 generation with another. This was by the ancient prophets called the first rule of prophecy. This was again subdivided by 3 into 11 years, whereof it was founded that 1 11 years nearly corresponded with another 11 years. This was the second rule in prophecy. The third rule was 99 years, whereto was added 1 year. See that? So we just right there just broke down the 11 years, the 33, and the 99. These are the basis of prophecy. And a breakdown of the basis of prophecy. Verse 699, there we get 200, you half time. And then you do it again, you get your second half time, which gives you your one time. And when we break it down further from 33 years, the basis of prophecy is 11-year cycles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's your 11-year cycle, 22, 33. 33 makes one generation. And these 11-year cycles coincide with the sun cycles. See that? So 33 years makes one generation, and the next is 33, 66, 99. 33, 66, 99, your half time. 2 half times makes one time. And 7 times and a half makes one arc cycle, 3,000 years. That's how it's broken down. So our whole duty is to get off the planet, to graduate off the planet into the Etherian worlds. And every 400 years, you have opportunity to ascend of the grades of the planet and the atmospheric regions before ascending into the Etherian realms during the harvest times. See that? Now, in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 3, verse 14, it gives you a breakdown of the basis of prophecy. Verse 14, it says, the sum of heat and cold, the sum of light and darkness are nearly the same, one generation with another. This was by the ancient prophets called the first rule of prophecy. This was again subdivided by 3 into 11 years, whereof it was founded that 11 years nearly corresponded with another 11 years. This was the second rule in prophecy. The third rule was 99 years, whereto was added 1 year. See that? So we just right there just broke down the 11 years, the 33, and the 99. These are the basis of prophecy. And the way you begin, so you start from year 1, the way you begin to learn, you have to know the moon cycles. Because the moon cycles is the timekeeper on unlocking the cosmological order, starting with the moon cycles. And when you keep track, you get your first 11 years, and then you can start unrevealing the prophecy. It'll start unveiling. So you have to learn the moon cycle as a basis to get in time with nature and cosmological order before you can even grasp or understanding of the basis of prophecy. See that? High science, baby. See, I know this. This ain't no mystery to me. I took my time and figured it out. I ain't trying to be left behind. It's better to know than not to know. Regardless if you believe it or not, knowing is the key. Believe that. Timetables of prophecy once again. See that? Pull it back. The whole breakdown. Now let me see somebody else produce a manuscript greater than this.
Yeah, produce a manuscript.
This is sealed in the name of Jehovah.
That makes sense.
Yahweh.
See, I got the whole algorithm on how the solar system, now everything work from a macro down to a micro, down to your body temperature. What is we talking about? Down to the behavior of each arc cycle. Everything from your galactic orbit to your subgalactic orbit, all the way down to your body temperature.
See that? That's powerful.
Man, talk to us, Selah Shalom, brother. Talk to us, bro.
Yeah, man. Like I say, man, this is what the OWASP has to offer. So, you know, we far beyond nationality, we far beyond race, we far beyond the black man, we far beyond the white man dealing with this information. Because now we're dealing with mathematics. We're dealing with time periods. We done took 4,700,000 years and broke it all the way down to 11 years. And showing how it's all ingrided on the chart. Everything is connected. And there's no disassociation with this mathematics we're dealing with. You know what I mean? So it's like, this is what the OWASP has to offer outside of, you know what I mean, what people think. It gives you numbers to play with. It gives you charts and graphs to create because it's leaving you codes and secrets, and it's up to you to reveal it. You know what I mean? Judge, I say, yo, I give unto my servant the know-how to reveal the mysteries of heaven and earth. You know what I mean? Kind of piggyback on for the state. But yeah, You don't get no better than this. If this was in Bible, you know, man, imagine if this was in Bible.
Yeah, man, look, stop it. And trip off this. I see why these cats is real quiet right now, bro. Like that's, man, look, if you are willing to be real with yourself, just standing currently in any other quote unquote spiritual system. I even showed the Kali Yuga earlier.
Yeah,
you are willing to be real with yourself. You know good and well that you ain't ran across nothing that can hold a candle to what this is.
Not a candle.
All you gotta do is be real with yourself, even if it's talking more years, right? Has it been explained to you to where you can say, man, look, I just took 4,700,000 years and broke it down to 11, right? And if you keep going, half of 11 is 5.5.
Right.
Half of 5.5 is 2.75.
See that?
How far down you really want to go?
and then the lowest common denominator is coming back to that moon cycle.
Yeah.
It's coming back to how to chart the nights and days in order to get the 11, in order to get the weekly calendar, the monthly calendar, and let alone the yearly calendar.
Uh-oh. What you
yeah. That's the one.
Spoke it up, brother.
Yeah, that's the one.
Hey,
that's the one. Hey, that right there needs no explanation. That is self-explanatory right there.
Hey, you know what's crazy? I told you earlier, I said, hey, bro, you ain't gonna want to miss this one. You don't even know I'm setting a whole ass on. See, like your ass for the teach today, nigga.
Night. Yeah, bro. I remember putting this one together. Cause see, I put this one together from that picture from the standpoint like you standing at the going down of the sun.
Yeah.
And once the sun goes below the horizon, you'll start to see the reflection of the crescent moon during the new moon.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Hey, I want you to pull up too, bro, that the picture of the sun rising and setting in the same spot for like 2 or 3 years and show why Owaski calls the solar system the Great Circle.
You ain't got that, John? Oh, snap. I thought I gave you that. I can pull it up, though. Yeah.
Yeah, share it with me whenever you can.
Yes,
Cosmon Cal in the building. Word cloud nigga.
Man, boy, I'm over here on Jupiter somewhere right now, messing with y'all, man. I ain't touched Earth yet. I've been on the sun and the moon.
Bad. Bad. So you see the title, Cal. I'm like, man, the timetables of prophecy is superior to any timeline given by any spiritual system known to man. I'm popping my shit today, Cosmon Cal. Talk to me.
You should have put right at the end of that, period.
Period.
You did what I'm talking about. You know, and you know us, we don't turn down nothing but our collars. We keep our collars popped. You did what I'm talking about? So that is an absolute truth. I mean, ask these boys. When you ask them, you did what I'm talking about, they know the fallacy of their own doctrine. When you ask an Israelite, stomp down Israelite, what year is it? See, brother, we don't go by the Jewish, but you the Jews, right? Yeah, we the Jews, but we don't go by the Jewish calendar. You know, and that's somebody else's calendar. Correct, it is. Right? It ain't ours. You know what I mean? So they know that they got to stick with that $6,000 year dichotomy that they got out of Christianity. You can't go back.
You heard what's his name? Ghana Stepper on Sunday the other day saying that he believed in a 6,000 year cycle.
Who?
Ghana Stepper. He admitted it on Sunday. Not this last one, but the one previous.
We seen what I did to Ghana Stepper when he tried to come up and, you know what I mean, act like he was going, check off, and you did what I'm talking about. You see how I beat him up real bad. We ain't even seen Ghana Stepper. He ain't came back over here yet till I taught him that your body give off light. You know what I mean?
Right. I forgot about that. You're right.
How you a spiritual people, but you don't believe in the spirit?
Hey, you're right here. You're right, Cosmo. I remember that.
Believe it. Know that there's a spirit.
You just rejogged my memory with that. I remember that topic when you brought that out. The nigga disappeared. That's crazy.
We was daggering these boys.
We went through so many small battles, niggas be forgetting. But there you go, Melly, right there.
I'm gonna let this dog out real quick. Come on.
Now, right here, y'all. I know it's people that read Owaski. You probably read him like, man, what the hell they talking about the Great Serpent? What the hell is that? Why is the solar system called the Great Serpent?
Matter of fact, let me come up to that verse because it's the verse right here. There you go. Is that where it said the Great Serpent? Hold up.
Book of Jehovah 3 and 7, or
no, hold up. There you go, right there.
Right there.
Yeah.
Book of Sapphire. Book of Sapphire 1 and 58. Jehovah said, "The sun I made as the head of a serpent, and his phalanx I made as the body of a serpent. Thus I made the great corporeal serpent." Speaking of the sun and its family, the solar system. Talk to me, Selah.
So basically what the creator is saying is that the reason why he's using a serpent is because if you notice how the serpent moves, it winds from left to right or north to south, depending on how you're viewing it. But being that we're standing from the horizon, it's going to be going from east to west. So now, why would the creator say that the serpent or the sun is in the likeness of a serpent? And that's due to its motion. Now, here's just an example of the sun being the head and the planets representing the body of the solar system.
Right.
So when we come down now, in real time, objective spiritualists, objective realists, as Darryl Cosmon say we are, here is the source, the evidence, the proof that we ain't making this shit up and that the Owaski is valid. You want to read that? You can see that? Let me scroll it up a little bit.
Yeah, blow it up just a little bit. Right there. Or a little more if you can. It says, why does Owaski reference the solar system, the Great Serpent? It's because of its motion. 12 stunning pictures of the sun clicked over 12 months at same place, same time, go viral. And what date was this?
This is March 24th, 2023.
Come on, bro. This is last year. Now, this information is in Owaski, y'all, in 1881.
And they now discovering this.
They just now discovered this last year.
Imagine
So
that.
if this is the sun taken at the same time, same place, once a month for 12 months straight, y'all, what you're looking at is what's called an arc year.
Exactly.
It's an arc year. That's the motion of the sun. Now, Selah, you pulled up a picture before that showed two of these side by side.
Let's show it. Not only two of them, but 3 and 4 of them. But let's look at the 2 for now. This is 2 years right here. That's 2 years. And it's showing you the motion. So basically, when you looking straight how we looking, if you're looking at this picture directly over the horizon is from east to west. So what you're looking at is the sun rising from west, going to east, back to west. From west, going to east, back to west. Yep. So it's moving and coiling. It's moving like a serpent. If you was to look at a snake directly in front of you and the snake is coming towards you, the snake will be going left to right. And that's exactly
looking like it's a figure 8.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, let me share something with you really quick, Mally.
Absolutely, bro. Man, look, I found that amazing, bro.
Watch this. I'm about to blow y'all cap real quick.
When you first
I'm about
showed
to blow y'all cap because these boys they've been watching. Watch this. Dude put this together for over 3 years.
Right here.
Took me 3 years to do this. Watch this. This is called an analemma. An analemma is the motion of the sun in the sky. Watch this, y'all. This is crazy. I'm gonna blow it up.
Oh yeah, it's gonna show that wave. I bet. Go ahead.
Watch this. He started in 2015. 24 hours later, another 24. Oh, man. Oh, they hate. Hold on, let me close some of this stuff down. Y'all see it?
Yup, we looking at it. Yup.
He traced it over 3 years. Watch this. Right back up. Now, the crazy part is when it's up here, when it's going to the top, we in summer. We go in summer. Right here is March, April. Now we go down. Summer solstice. Down into the fall solstice. Right here, it stops for 2 days. Boom. That's the winter solstice. And right back up. Right? To the spring. Right? And we right here at the new year again. Right? This is called an analemma. And because this is, if you actually stretch this out, you will notice that the you could put the astrological signs right on to the analemma, right? With Pisces being at the top.
It's time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
With Pisces being at 12, and you'll be able to not only tell time, but tell where you are in the universe. To say you know prophecy is to say you know cosmogony. To say you know cosmogony is to say you know prophecy. So telling time is the easy part. Can you tell space and time? Right? Because the sun goes through this analemma, right? And goes through the solar or the astrological signs. And by where it is in the sky is what sign it is and what season you are in. Space and time.
Man, that is marvelous, bro.
Listen, I never seen it like that before. Tracing it in the sky too.
Man,
you see that, Justin?
I see one with the moon doing the same thing. The moon do the same thing.
It's the movement is the same.
I'm saying what we need to be asking ourselves is how in the hell did JBN know that? And they just ain't discovering none of this till last year, bro. Like, if don't nobody leave us alone with all this, man.
Right.
Look at that.
I see why these boys quiet.
Well, you better be with all this objective understanding coming out right here. You can practically apply this.
The dope part about it is Owaspy don't just say it, right? It tell you where to go look and to see what you need to see to prove it to yourself.
Yeah.
It's objective.
Yeah, that's tight, man.
Look at the light wave, yo. That's
This
crazy.
right here is a 22-minute video. I want to go into this one too, y'all. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brothers, man. Y'all brothers been putting in a lot of major pain out here on these false gods, man, for a long time. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's testament, especially when we can reach back 10, 11, 12 years ago and, you know what I mean, pull this up. And guess what? Get just as edified as we was there 12 years ago, bro. You know what I mean? Because guess what? Information is timeless.
Right.
They find this recording a whole arc cycle later. And guess what? The same rules apply.
Exactly.
Same rules apply. Huh? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hey, y'all want to say something before I press play on this one?
Go ahead, bro.
It's 22 minutes long. Check this out.
today is called Decoding the Solar Calendar Using the Moon Cycles. Now, before I get started, let me start off by reading this verse from Owaspi to drive my point home on this topic. In the Book of Inspiration, chapter 7, verse 33 through 35, and verse 38, it states, verse 33, as the spider learneth to build her net without a book, and the bees to dwell in the queendom, in peace and industry without books and written laws and instructions as how to do this and that. Even so, now is a new birth to the generations of my people. Verse 34, by my direct inspiration upon them shall they learn to do all things perfect in the order of man for which I created him. Verse 35, man shall know how to do things easily and without the long labor of books, without showing or explanations. Verse 38, to accomplish which thou shalt now, first of all, adapt thyself to thy creator, according to my highest light upon thee. Now these verses are going to be backed by this whole video on those principles, adapting thyself to the creator and understanding how his creation works without books, which is the foundation of this video. Now in this video, I'm going to show you the difference between following a man-made calendar, regardless of what man-made calendar it is. If it's the Kemetic, the Enoch, the Hebrew, the Muslim, the Christian. What people don't understand when it comes to applying the sun cycles and the moon cycles is that you have to observe and keep track of the sun cycles in order to know how it works. There is no other way around this fact. Quoting biblical scriptures about the sun cycles and the moon cycles is not going to give you the insight of how the cycles work in real time. Now, most people are under the Roman calendar. The Hebrews, the Kemetic, the Muslims, the Christians, all base their holy days and sacred days around the Roman calendar. As much as they speak against it, they are subjected to it. Now, they say that there is 364 days in a solar year. I'm going to prove this to be false as well. The question is, how did they come to the conclusion that the solar year is 364 days? This solar year is based off adding up the 12 Roman months, which gives you a total of 364 days. Now, if I was to ask the question, prove to me that the solar calendar is 364 days without the Roman calendar, you will be lost. Even the Enoch calendar supports a 364-day solar cycle. But how can you prove it to be true instead of just quoting scripture? So first, I want to make it clear that if you take away the Roman calendar, which is a total of 364 days, when you add up the 12 Roman months, and you ask a Hebrew, a Kemetic, a Muslim, a Christian to prove that the sun cycle is 364 days, I can guarantee you they cannot give you an answer. Once the Roman calendar is swept from under their feet, they got nothing to stand on how to explain how the sun cycle works. The Hebrews will say, well, we don't follow the Roman calendar. But the Hebrew calendar, which the Hebrew calendar really is the lunar calendar prior to the Roman calendar, but when we observe the Hebrew calendar today, its relevance is the same as the Roman calendar. They got the same total of days, months as the Roman calendar. The only difference is the name of the months. There is no way to follow a man-made calendar and get to the truth of how this solar and lunar calendar really works. As I stated earlier, there is only one way to understand if this is even true or not, which is by observing the sun cycle. I can guarantee you not too many people counted the sun for 364 days out the year to prove if this is true or not. And then you would have to determine a starting point to start counting the sun cycles. And being that the sun does not go through phases, it is impossible to find the starting and ending point of the sun cycle using the sun. You will have to create a starting point, and that will be man-made. But this is where the moon cycles come in at, but I'm going to explain that in a minute. I have been following, observing, keeping track of the sun cycles, the moon cycles for over 7 years, for every night and day. And here are my works to prove I'm not just talking or saying I follow the sun and moon cycles. Here is my proof.
This is 2006. 12 moon cycles. 2007. 12 moon cycles. This is 2008. Got all the 12s charted out on here. It's 2009. Got it charted out. 12 papers, 12 months.
2010, 2011, see that? 2012, everybody was talking about, oh, 2012. Would you chart out the moon cycle in 2012? No. Your boy was, though. 2012. There you go, 12 months. 2013. There we go. See that? Keeping the track record. 2014. Last year. See that? So this is 9 years worth of charting out the moon cycle. And I'm on my 10th year right now. Now I'm going to show you how this works with no books, no Bible, not even a Owaspy, just to show you that only direct observation will unlock the code and secrets of the Creator. First, let's examine the history of the Roman calendar, which most people follow and are subjected to. The first thing to know is that the Roman calendar came on the scene around the 8th century BC, and it only had 10 months to the year. So from March to December gave you a total of 304 days, which made the solar year for Rome at that time, being the 8th, 7th century BC. So if you were living in Rome at that time, your concept of a year was 304 days, not based off following the sun cycle, but based off a man-made chart, a man-made calendar that the Romans created. Now, the months of January and February were not even added yet, but it was King Numa Popillius that added January and February to the Roman calendar around 713 BC. So it was during the 8th, 7th century BC in Rome that the whole idea that the solar year is 364 days. And from that time until now, you have been believing that the solar year is 364 days. Now, I want to be clear. If you ask an Israelite, a Kemetic, a Muslim, a Christian to prove that the solar year is 364 days without the Roman calendar, the Hebrew calendar, the Enoch calendar, or any man-made calendar, and tell them to prove it, I guarantee you they cannot prove the solar year is 364 days. You will quickly see how they will not have an answer to that, or may just beat around the bush. But here I'm going to prove how you can know the solar calendar without using any man-made calendar, regardless of its religious background. Now that we have cleared away the man-made calendar, I'm going to be using the sun and the moon only to prove this point, which is the only tools needed to know how to decode the solar and lunar calendar. Now, the first thing to understand is that in order to keep count of both the sun and the moon cycles is the moon itself. The moon goes through phases, which gives a way to keep track of the nights and days. So now we got our measuring stick being the moon. The moon has a 29 to 30 day cycle. The moon gives off its light 28 nights and days and spend 1 to 2 days in total darkness, giving a total of 29 or 30 nights and days. But in order to know if a moon cycle is 29 or 30 days, you have to observe it. There is no other way around this fact. For example, when it is the 28th night and day of the moon, being the last night and day, the moon gives off its light. The next day at evening, you will have to be standing where you can see the going down of the sun in the western horizon, in the western sky. And as the sun drops below the horizon, the crescent will be seen in the western sky. And if it is seen, that marks the beginning of the first night and day of a new moon cycle. And the last moon cycle previous will be a 29 night and day cycle. Now, if the crescent moon does not appear, you will have to come out the next day at evening when the sun drops below the horizon. The crescent will be seen in the western sky. And again, this would signify the first night of a new moon cycle. And that would make the last previous moon cycle a 30-day cycle. See that? So this is just an example to show you that you must observe this in real time with your own eyes. And with that, you will slowly unlock the mysteries of the Creator's solar and lunar calendars. And as I follow the Creator's calendar, I can share some of the mysteries using no man-made calendar and using no books. Now, the moon cycle has 12 cycles for 1 year. Now, the sun has a cycle as well, which includes the summer and winter solstice and the spring and fall equinox. Now, all these dates for the sun cycle is based off the Roman calendar. So, for example, They will say the summer solstice is in June or July. But if we were not to use the Roman calendar and try to apply this, again, they will be lost on how to determine when these things occur. I want to keep making that clear. Without a man-made calendar, many are lost. Now, here is how you prove the solar calendar without a man-made calendar, without any books. Here's the secret. Now, there are 12 moon cycles to a year, and there are 4 seasons in a year. For the season of spring, there are 3 moon cycles. For the season of summer, there are 3 moon cycles. For the season of fall, there are 3 moon cycles. For the season of winter, there are 3 moon cycles, giving us a total of 12 moon cycles for the year. The moon cycles determine the beginning and ending of when a month begins and ends, and when a season begins and ends, and when a week begins and ends. So in order to unlock the sun cycles, you got to unlock the moon cycles first. There is no other way around this fact. Now, the most important question is, how do you determine when the solar year begins? Now, based off the Roman calendar, the solar year begins in January. That is New Year's. But if you take away the Roman calendar, how do we determine this? Now, here's how you know when the sun cycle begins and ends. As I stated, the moon cycles unlock the sun cycles. How is that possible? The light that the moon gives off shows the direction of the sun's course. By understanding this, we can unlock how it works. On the first day of every moon cycle, the crescent moon gives the location of the sun's course based off the light the moon is rendering up. The first night and day of every moon cycle from the crescent moon will appear to be laying on its belly like a bull's horn, as seen here. And on the first night and day of every moon cycle, the crescent will begin gradually to rise as if to stand on its point, as seen here. And then it gradually lays back on its belly like a bullhorn. This process takes 12 moon cycles in a year. And it is the understanding of this that you will be able to determine the beginning and ending of the solar year. Because at the beginning of every solar year, the sign of it is expressed in the first night and day of a new moon cycle. And the proof is that the crescent moon will appear to be laying on its belly like this, looking like a bullhorn. This signifies the extreme peak of the sun's course in the southern travel. And then it will gradually rise and stand on its point. After this, the crescent, which looks like a bullhorn, will begin to gradually rise and stand on its point. The rising signifies the sun's course. To prove that this is true, just observe the first night and day of the crescent moon when it is laying on its belly. 6 moon cycles after the crescent moon is laying on its belly, you will see it standing perfectly on its point, upright. 6 moon cycles after, showing you where the course of the moon is at in its travel. And 6 moon cycles is half of the year. And the next 6 moon cycles, the moon spends its time coming back to laying on its belly like a bullhorn. And it takes 6 moon cycles for that transition to happen. The same way it takes 6 moon cycles for it to go from laying on its belly to standing on its point. See that? This is how you determine the beginning and ending of the solar year using the light of the crescent moon. Now, to apply the spring and fall equinox and the summer and winter solstice, the moon cycle is the code breaker once again. Now that we have determined the beginning of the solar year being the crescent moon laying on its belly like a bullhorn, we can decode the spring and fall equinox and the summer and winter solstice. And the way this is done is knowing that for each season, there are 3 moon cycles, and the peak of each season is the second moon cycle of each season. For example, for spring, there are 3 moon cycles, the first, second, and third moon cycles. And the second moon cycle will be the peak of spring, and in return, the peak of the spring equinox, when night and day are equal, 12 hours of night, 12 hours of day. For summer, there are 3 moon cycles, the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. And the 5th moon cycle is the peak of summer, and in return is the peak of the summer solstice, where there is 14 hours of sunlight and 10 hours of night. For the season of fall, there are 3 moon cycles, the 7th, 8th, and the 9th moon cycles. And the 8th moon cycle is the peak of fall, and in return, the peak of the fall equinox, where night and day are equal, where there are 12 hours of night and 12 hours of sunlight. For the season of winter, there are 3 moon cycles, the 10th, 11th, and the 12th moon cycle. And the 11th moon cycle is the peak of winter, and in return, the peak of the winter solstice, where there is 14 hours of night and 10 hours of sunlight. And as the moon goes throughout the 12 moon cycles and seasons, it spends its time progressing from laying on its belly like a bullhorn to standing upright on its point, and then laying back on its belly, renders up the sun's course, in return, the sun's cycle, in return, the solar calendar. See that? And now to prove that the solar year is not 364 days, as I already proved that concept came about by just adding up the 12 Roman months, giving you that 364 days. So if the solar calendar is not 364 days, then what it is, and how do you determine this? Now again, the moon cycle is the decoder. As I stated, the first day of the solar year is shown by the crescent moon laying on its belly like a bullhorn. And the next step is to add up the moon cycles from when it goes from laying on its belly like a bullhorn to standing upright on its point, and then back to laying on its belly like a bullhorn. This process takes place 12 moon cycles for that to happen. So for example, I would use my own chart that I charted out of 2014 as an example. So when we add up the 12 moon cycles to render up the solar year, here's what we get. First, let me give you the number of days for the 12 moon cycles for 2014. Now, for spring, there was 30 days for the first moon cycle, 29 days for the second moon cycle, and 30 days for the third moon cycle. For summer, there were 30 days for the fourth moon cycle, 30 days for the fifth moon cycle, and 30 days for the sixth moon cycle. For fall, there were 29 days for the seventh moon cycle, 30 days for the eighth moon cycle, 29 days for the ninth moon cycle. For winter, there was 29 days for the 10th moon cycle, 30 days for the 11th moon cycle, and 29 days for the 12th moon cycle. Now these are the total number of days for 2014. And when we add this up, we get 355 nights and days. This is the number of nights and days total that renders up the solar calendar. Big difference from your 364 days, right? But I just proved to you how it works. And this is how you determine the solar calendar and the lunar calendar without using any man-made calendar, just by observation and keeping a track record of how the system works. Another secret that many people do not know about the solar and lunar cycle is that there is 354 nights and days in the solar and lunar year. But what you don't know is that the next solar and lunar year will not be 354 nights and days, but 355. For example, using my own records, once again, I will start from 2010 to 2014 and give you the total amount of days for each year to show you this pattern that I'm talking about. In 2010, there were 354 nights and days. In 2011, there were 355 nights and days. In 2012, there were 356 nights and days. In 2013, there was 354. It went back to 354. So it's showing you a 354, 355, 356. Then it's starting back at 354 days. So again, in 2013, there were 354 nights and days. In 2014, there were 355 nights and days. In 2015, there will be 356 nights and days. I could already predetermine this because I'm already familiar with how the cycle works. So what we get here is that the solar and lunar cycles repeats every 3 years. 354, 355, 356. And again, 354, 355, 356. The solar and lunar cycle has a 3-year repeated cycle in a sequence of 3 years, 354, 355, 356. And the only way, and I mean the only way to know this, is to keep a track record. Because I've been keeping a track record for several years in order to know this. Ain't nobody tell me this. Ain't no books told me this. The Owaspie ain't telling me this. The Bible ain't telling me this. The Enoch calendar ain't telling me this. No man-made calendar can tell me this. The only way I got this understanding is by observing the sun and the moon night and day, year in, year out, to unlock this mystery. So you are being witness to the function of the Creator's calendar using the sun and moon cycles and nothing else added. Once you get years of observation, it's only when you can appreciate such revelations. I'm just sharing you a portion of this understanding of how cosmological order works using the sun and moon cycles with no written account, with no man-made books, with no man-made calendars. So with this demonstration, you can get an idea how the Creator's living mathematics works. I've been following the sun cycle and moon cycles for over 7 years now, and this is why I'm able to decode these things in this manner. So now you know that the solar year is not 364 days, but has a 3-year repeated sequence of 354, 355, 356 nights and days, as I prove using the solar and lunar cycles as a measure of count. And using the crescent moon to determine the position of the sun cycle of a sun's course, because the sun is showing on the moonlight the direction of the course of its travel. By the moon laying on its belly like a bullhorn to standing upright, and then back to laying on its belly like a bullhorn. And this renders up the solar and lunar years. See that? And the only reason I know this is because I have been obedient in understanding how the Creator's calendar works. And now I can bring it to you. Undisputable evidence. In order to dispute this, you would have to show me your track record of over 7 years of you charting it out like I proved and showed to you. Without that, you cannot debate, refute this information until you have spent 7 to 8 years charting out the moon cycles. If you got that under your belt, come and talk to me. If you don't, just take heed and take notes and try to learn how it works. And with that, I'd like to say peace and blessings. Shalom.
Wait, boy.
Yeah, man, that's self-explanatory there.
Man, C-Lot, talk to me, bro. Talk to me.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That right there, that ain't come, like I said, that ain't come from no Owaspie. It ain't came from no man. That came from direct observation of the Creator. Watching the Creator vortex push the sun, moon, and stars throughout the cosmos. And I dedicated that time at that time to chart it out on that level every day. And that's what the Creator hand showed. The revealing of the Creator hand showed that to me. I ain't make none of this up. I just charted out. My wife can bear witness. She was there the whole time to see me do this. I knew when the new moons would come out, I go out there and see. Like right now, we're in the third night of the moon. But nonetheless, though, it was quite chilling when I was charting it out. There was a lot of mind-bogglingness because the first year, you know, it gave me that 355 or whatever. But the next year was 356, so I thought I was off. I thought I made a mistake somewhere. I ain't changed nothing, but I just went back and looked. I'm like, I had to eat that whole year. I was like, did I mess up? But I kept going. I know I ain't messed up, but I'm like, the number off. Then the next year came, and it said 356. I'm like, damn, now I'm off 2 numbers. But when that year came back the next, and that shit came back to 354, I was like, nah. I said, Jaja, yo, you's funny. Jaja. But if I would have broke my patience because the number was off, I would have never, you know what I mean, stuck through it. So I was fighting my ego and my pride mentally.
Yeah. Because
my mind's saying one thing, but Jaja saying, nigga, slow down and watch, bruh. It ain't even been 2 years yet, and you already jumping the gun.
Man. Hey, I got the link to order C-Lot Shalom's book, Timetables of Prophecy. You know what I mean? Y'all hit that link right there. Go ahead and support our brother, man. All the information you heard off the top of the dome, because the brother really dedicated himself. You know what I mean? I had a question about because I get this a lot, you know, being from the Israelite background and all that. about how to track the Sabbath. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So explain, give us a understanding on that. Like I just seen the whole. I know it's based off the moon because when I put together that Sons of the Great Spirit, all of them was talking about the 6 days and the 7th day of the moon's day.
And that's crazy you bring that up because that was actually my very first video I did on my YouTube channel called Understanding the Moon Cycles. That was the very first video I did. And I kind of give a break, kind of like how I broke that down. It's kind of like a breakdown like that. It's kind of self-explanatory once you get it. But you know what I mean? The Sabbath is based off every 7th of the moon. So once that crescent moon shows, you start the 7th from that crescent moon. And it's 7, 14, 28. And then after that 28, the moon gonna go into its dark phases. And then you got to wait till that moon light up again, then count the 7 from there. When you do it like that, the Sabbath will always fall on 7, 14, 21, 28, and then the moon will show the signs and the position of that. And it's the same every time.
And to add to this, the dope part, what y'all gotta notice what Selah did was he used the moon count to decipher the sun count.
Facts.
Right? So it's going to give you a different count than if you use the moon to decipher the moon. Right? So to answer the question, and then I want Mally to share my screen real quick for me. To answer that question, you find the Sabbath by using the moon's count. Simply. You dig what I'm talking about? You find it on the quarters. The new moon begins the month. Then there's the waning gibbous, or the waxing gibbous, excuse me.
Right.
Right? The half a moon.
It grows to
then there's the full moon.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? 7 days later, there's the full moon, and then 7 days after that, there's the waxing, the waning gibbous.
Yeah.
Right? So you got both half moons, the new moon, and the full moon as the quarters of the moon. Now, on those days, it is absolutely a Sabbath anywhere in the world, irregardless of calendar or time. It goes by the moon. Right? Remember in the Bible, they told you I gave you the sun and the moon for months and to find your holy days. But remember, Jeebus ain't turn around and teach you how to use the sun and the moon to decipher time. Right?
So,
you only gonna get that from the portion.
So the Sabbath switches every month because
the Sabbath can fall on any day.
That's only if we use in the Roman calendar. If we use in the Roman calendar, it's going to switch.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just talking about, because people still need something to reference.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So,
But I got to be at work Tuesday at 9, you know.
Right.
I understand that. I'm just saying.
You got to make it make sense to them.
We still reference, even though we know that's a man-made calendar. Our everyday lives is playing around it.
Yeah. You know what? Because the moon cycle, you know, you could ingrid it in the Roman calendar. You know what I mean? So that's how I could be like, all right, today's the third night of the moon, and it's Monday night.
Okay, so so that means you say it's the third night. So then, if we count back, the Sabbath was when? What's today? Monday. So
Sabbath would have been Friday.
Sabbath was Friday.
See that?
I need to jump back. I need to get. Hey, so trip
I'm gonna do a video on that. I'm gonna do another video on the moon cycles again.
Yeah. I think Selah, man, go through and upgrade all these high science videos. They help a lot. And they real easy to understand, man.
Yeah, it's like shit. I'm like, damn, how the fuck we ain't know this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, share my screen for me, Mally, man.
I got you. Hold on. Got you right here. Dang.
This is called the turtle moon count.
Or blow it up some, Cal, if you can.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Let me go here real quick.
That's powerful, man. This stuff is powerful.
This is called the 13 moons on the turtle's back, or the turtle moon count, right? This is why they call this place Turtle Island. On every turtle's back, except the leatherback turtle, right? The sea turtle, there is 13 sections in the middle, right? And these are, you count it as months, right? So you'll have the elder moon, it'll be your first moon, the eagle moon, the goose moon, the frog moon, the budding moon, the blossom, cherry moon, right? Till you count all the way through there. But how do you count these moon days?
Are those days around the edge? Are those
That's what I'm saying. You use the moon with an average 28-day count, right? Which will give you 13 months instead of 12. 13 months instead of 12. And it makes sense once you understand that it's 52 weeks in a year, right? 4 weeks in every month, correct?
Correct.
So that means 13 times 52. So if there's 12 months, there will only be 48 weeks. But there's not. There's 52 weeks. Why? Because they're actually 13 moon months in a year, because they only got 28-day counts. Now, when you're using the sun count, like Sila just showed y'all, the average day is 29 to 29 and a half. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not the exact same count, because on the moon you only gonna use 28 days, and it's gonna give you 13 exact months, and you every 28, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way around to 28, you move to the next month. Boom.
Oh, okay, I see that. On the turtle's back, huh?
Yeah, this is on the turtle's back. This is why they call this place Turtle Island. Because we done had this science forever. How long it's been turtles?
Man, that's powerful, bro.
You dig what I'm talking about? So this is why using the moon count, that the Faithists say, and Owaspy say the new year starts at the end of end of March.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? After after the equinox and all that.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? So using that time and using that count, it would be 13 months to get back to the next year using the moon count. So it's two ways to do what you we just deciphered both ways for you. Sila broke down the sun and how to use the moon deciphering the sun.
Mm-hmm.
We see right here that we breaking down the count of the moon itself. You dig what I'm talking about? The count of the moon itself. Notice that a moon in the Algonquin tongue is called Jesus. Y'all see that?
Are you serious?
Look, the 13th month is called Manito Jesus.
I thought you were saying Jesus for real. I think man, what? That's great.
Yep, and it's a moon. That's the word Jesus. See how it's spelled? Sound just the same. Jesus. But look, this is the creator moon. Look, Manito, the spirit moon. Wabigwani, the blossom moon. So this is Aboriginal American history. Look, right here, look. Geechee. Right? They call it the elder moon. Don't that make sense? Now you know Geechee is the creator.
Mm-hmm.
Is this where they re-rocked and repackaged and resold the heavenly luminary Jesus from? We know that this science is older in America than all religion, period. Period. This would have been practiced by the mound builders thousands of years before there was even a Zarathustra.
Man, powerful.
Hey, Melly, I found that video I did on the Sabbath. It was like one of my earliest joints.
Sure, so we can play it real quick. I want to look at it.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat.
You already dropped it?
Yeah, I just did.
Or just click on it and share it if you can.
All
That
right.
way I can just pull it up.
All right, bet. But I gotta share from not the other share screen, right? So we can hear the audio.
Yeah, so just share it like you on your computer, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, just share that.
I got it. There you go.
Let's pull this up too. You know what I mean? This is important. You know what I mean? Because you're learning to tell time, and through that, you're learning the keys to time math, which are the keys to prophecy. It's mathematics. Cal told them over there on the Unscrambled Minds the other day. You know what I mean? Like, hey, look, rules govern, the same rules govern all things. This ain't guesswork.
Not guesswork.
You know what I mean? This stuff ain't guesswork, man. Watch this right here. All right, there you go, C-Lock.
3-in-1 Child Shield is the world's first
Here.
coin lithium battery
Yeah,
that
we
has
can hear it.
3
This
different
is
tissues.
Spanish. Make it a full screen.
To know how the moon cycles run.
This a long time ago.
Yeah, this is one of the 3 videos when I first started. I could understanding the moon cycles. And following the Sabbath was like the second or third one.
Peace. This your host, Selah Shalom. And this is a Cosmon Teachings in the Words of Jehovah and His Angel Ambassadors from the Cosmon Bible Owaspy. And the topic of discussion today is going to be called Following the Sabbath in Truth. And I'm going to show you how to be in tune with Jehovah's appointed time based off the moon cycles. Now, as I stated in the moon cycle documentary, 24 hours is divided into 2 halves. 12 hours a night, 12 hours a day. So the Sabbath would be divided in 2 halves. The Sabbath night and the Sabbath day. And that's just dealing with night and day. Now, to keep track of night and day is the moon and the sun. The moon for night and the sun for day. Now, in order to count the nights and days, this would fall under the moon cycle because the moon goes through phases that can be counted nightly if one is observing nightly to know how the moon cycles run. And once you understand the moon cycles, you can find the appointed times of Jehovah's Sabbath, Passover, and all the feasts mentioned in the Bible. So now, in Genesis chapter 1, verses 14, it states, "And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from night, and let them be for signs, seasons, for days and years." So here it states that the lights placed in the firmament were for signs, seasons, days, and years. And the way to keep track of the signs, seasons, days, and years is the moon cycles. And the only way to understand the moon cycles is to observe the moon nightly in order to know the number of nights and days. Because the night foretell the day. So if the moon is the 4th night, it will be the 4th day as well. So the appointed date will be read as the 4th night and day. So now when we talk about the Sabbath, we would have to bring it in this reality. Because when God is talking about the Sabbath, he ain't talking about following Saturday based off a man-made calendar. He's talking about following his moon cycles he made, because the moon is the timekeeper that he placed in the firmament. It is the moon that determines the appointed times of Jehovah. So now I'm going to explain the Sabbath in truth and show you how to follow the Sabbath in truth according to the appointed times of Jehovah. So first, the Sabbath is every 7 nights of the moon, and it will always be the 7th, 14th, the 21st, and the 28th nights of the moon. And the moon foretell the day. So the date of the Sabbath in the moon cycle will be read as the 7th night and day, the 14th night and day, the 21st night and day, and the 28th night and day. So there are 4 Sabbaths in one moon cycle or 1 month. The sign given on the moon to know the Sabbath is the periods of light and darkness on the moon and the position of the moon in the firmament. So, for example, the first Sabbath of a moon cycle is the 7th night of the moon, where it is half light and half dark, and the position of the moon in the firmament will be 90 degrees in revolution around the planet. Next, you have the 14th night of the moon, where it is a full moon, and the position of the moon in the firmament will be 180 degrees in revolution around the planet. Next, you have the 21st night of the moon, where it is half dark and half light, and the position of the moon in the firmament will be 270 degrees in revolution around the planet. And next, you have the 28th night of the moon, where it is a crescent moon, and the position of the moon in the firmament will be 360 degrees in revolution around the planet. And this makes 1 moon cycle or 1 month. And the 4 Sabbaths are positioned at every 90 degrees of its revolution around the planet. So when we talk about the Sabbath, all this must be considered because the Creator wants us to observe the firmament with understanding. So when you look up at the moon, we're not just talking about how bright it is. We must know the number of nights and days and the position of the moon at certain times. Because when the Creator gives his appointed times and signs, it's going to be in the firmament. And the one who knows and understands the moon cycles will know the appointed times and signs of the Creator. Even in the Bible, were appointed dates given to humans to know the signs of Jehovah, which were the flood of Noah and the Passover, were all based off the moon cycles and not a man-made calendar. And I have a series called The Moon Cycle in the Bible where I explain this in detail, so stay tuned for that. So once again, once you begin to understand and observe the moon cycles nightly, then from month to month or moon cycle to moon cycle, you will begin to understand the appointed times. And this requires patience and observing the moon and keeping account of the moon nightly. Then you will see for a truth for yourself how it works. So now in the Bible, Saturday is not mentioned as being the Sabbath day. In the Bible, it just states that the Sabbath is the 7th day. So now, if Jehovah created the moon cycles as the timekeeper for signs, seasons, days, and years, why isn't nobody observing the moon cycles to know the Sabbath? All it takes is to look up at the moon nightly in order to understand. That's it. And if we are trying to understand the Creator, we must acknowledge his moon cycles. And once you understand the moon cycles in truth and follow it in truth, no one can argue with you about the moon cycle because that tells no lies. It's plain. Just look up and count the nights and you will see for truth how it works. You know what I'm saying? And this is how I follow Jehovah's appointed time in truth based off the moon cycles. And with that, I like to say peace and blessings and catch you on the next documentary called The Moon Cycles in the Bible. Peace.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Simple and straight to the point, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's very, and like I said, it's all about observation. You know what I mean? Once you understand the moon cycles, because even in the book of Cosmology and Prophecy, it says the moon shows the direction of the sun's course. So that's how you render up the sun cycles through the moon cycles. The moon cycle is the gatekeeper.
Yeah, but it's simple. It's new moon, full moon, half moon, half moon. Every time, all you got to do is go outside and look at the sky. When you see the new moon, right, or when it's dark, the next night and day, start your count. Even if you can't see the light, start the count, right, on the next night and day, right? And once you, just like Selah telling you, on that 7th day, after the new moon, you're going to get a waxing gibbous, or half a moon going to be a full moon. Because see, 7 days after that waxing gibbous,
it's a full boy.
is the full moon.
And here's something about the full moon. The full moon is not full for one day. The full moon is full for 3.5 to 4 days. I broke that down in understanding the moon cycles. The very first video I did, I broke that down. Because if I would have showed on my moon cycle charts, when it came to the full moon, you would have seen it would have been full for 3.5 to 4 days before it starts waning. It's becoming a dark moon.
And the crazy part is it start waning instantly, but it's so bright, and we looking at the umbra, right? That it looks like it's still full for 2-3 days, but it's just slightly moving, and then you'll see that thing catch up right where it's supposed to be. And on that 7th day, it's still gonna be a half a moon. And then after that, it's gonna go back to the new moon, and the months start over again. So you could generally in a solar calendar count have 2 new moons in the same month. Right? You figure what I'm saying, especially with that 29th, 30th, and 31st day. You dig what I'm talking about? In the calendar count, you may still be in the sun's count, but in the moon, you already out of it. After that 28th day, you going into the new times or the new month, right? So with the sun calendar, this is why Owaspy tells you don't worry about the calendars, because every place on the earth is going to have its own version of the calendar. For instance, in China, the New Year is in February. It's not in January, period. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and that's using the moon to follow the sun, right? But using that straight sun count, just like Selah said, you know
what's funny, bro? I remember one year the New Year's came in for the moon cycle, and it was the same day the Chinese were celebrating their New Year, and it was felt on their moon cycle. I was tripping off of that.
Well, what I'm saying is they're gonna fall if you use the moon, right, and the day. So it could be, let's say, January is the 10th month, first day, right? That would be January 1st, using the moon count. 10th month, first day. Now, if you use, you know what I mean, over in, let's say, China, you would still use the moon irregardless of the day. The moon ain't gonna change. So if you got a half a moon over here, you got a half a moon over there, and you line the Sabbaths up by that. So if you're counting the months, 2nd month, 3rd Sabbath moon, or 2nd month, 21st day. You see what I'm saying? If you go into the 2nd month, 21st day in Japan, it's, even though it's going to be a different day of the week and a whole different month, the moon cycle will fall exactly on the same day as it does in America.
Exactly. Because it's taking its course around the whole orbit of the world in one day.
Right.
There you go.
That's right.
That's hard.
And the thing is, once you get it, it's so simple. You be like, damn, did I see? Am I a retard? Did I just didn't see this my whole life?
The thing is this. That's just the beginning. Knowing the days and learning the days is just the beginning. Then when it comes to the higher realm of this shit, the higher realm of spirituality, with Jehovah's Time dealing with spirit communion to get the higher knowledge, that falls on certain moon days.
Yeah, and the crazy part is the olds and the generations fall in line with the sun too.
Yup.
Every 11 year is a sun cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The crazy part is, in them 11 years, you would make up them days that you miss in 11 years in 164. I mean, 364 count. You would make up them days you missing in them 11 years if you just add a day a year. You would make up them 11 days, tying it right to the sun cycle again. You dig what I'm saying? Listen, it's so everything worked together. This is what I had to get my mind. I had to wrap my mind around it.
Right. Everything is ingrided.
Everything is based in mathematics, common sense, logic. You know what I mean? There's no trick to it.
Right.
That's the trick. That it ain't no trick.
This observation, Just imagine some of these angels, these ethers, who done seen the course of worlds from its beginning to its ending.
Man, this nigga C2 said, nigga, we only halfway through our journey. Nigga, we got 4 million more years to go.
Right. Like, what type of shit is that?
He said we didn't see what he say. 100,000 inhabitable worlds, 20,000, 100,000, whatever he said. He said everyone we seen was totally different than the next in beauty, that it looked like they was competing with each other for beauty.
Mm-hmm.
They never seen the same thing twice. And what was it? What was they was on a journey for? It was some ridiculous amount of time. 100 million.
It was some crazy number like that. That 4 mil type shit.
Yeah.
But it's like, look how Oahspe describes creation and the magnitude of his creation to the point where niggas are saying this is a fairy tale because it's beyond niggas' comprehension.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you got there, Melly?
You gotta this is why I know Jehovah's correct when he says spiritual rate ties directly to level of comprehension.
Right.
Right. If basically the higher you vibe, the higher you can think. Right? The more rarefied, more abstract you can become. But that is based in actual provable knowledge, though. Because other than that, you would still be stuck in belief.
Y'all see that right there?
Got him.
That's that's OG Zarathustra from 9,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
See what he was teaching.
Fact.
Talking about the moon's times and all that. And he said 6 days you shall labor, old man, and worship on the 7th because they are the moon's time.
Look, well, let me twist your cap one more time. Big shout out to the Essenes and the Nazarenes and the real Israelites, the real faithists. Mm-hmm. You dig what I'm talking about? Because whether y'all knew it or not, Abraham was a practicing Zarathustrian.
Hey, you need to do a video on that, yo.
Mm-hmm.
You need to go ahead and dip that in the bud.
A practicing Zarathustrian.
Now watch this right here. I found this pretty amazing. Right here. Further down in the presentation. This is that presentation I did not that long ago about the sons of the Great Spirit.
Yeah.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Verses 16 and 17. Of what?
Said you should keep the 4 changes.
Book of God's Words, chapter 11. We're going to go down to verses 16 and 17. Look at this. You shall covenant yourself to your Creator every day and teach your children to do so also. You shall keep holy. This is what I wanted y'all to hit on. You shall keep holy the 4 moon days, which we all know are the Sabbath days every month, right? You shall
Now we know.
You shall keep holy the 4 moon days, for they are the change of watch of the gods and angels over man. So what I want y'all brothers to do is elaborate on that. That means every Sabbath as the moon, as we observe the moon cycles and all that, every Sabbath something is happening in the higher heavens.
That's what I was getting to as far as learning the Sabbath, learning the calendar first before we can even knock down what goes on these days. So, like you said, the four holy, those are the 4 Sabbaths.
Yeah.
4, 7, 7, 14, 24, 21, 28. And on those days, those are the nights of spirit communion.
Facts.
And if you notice, when Yeshua transfigured on the mountaintop and Moses spoke to him, that was on a Sabbath as well.
So they keeping what we call Sabbath 9,000 years ago. This is 9,000 years ago this is happening. So this is way before there was Hebrews, Israelites, Torah, Tanakh, all based off cosmological and how the moon is moving.
Well, I'm a tell you what I know, right? I'm not asking nobody to believe me, but Owaspy is backing up what I'm saying. I'm literally telling y'all 95% of what y'all see in the sky and you think is a star is actually a ship. And they move in geometric patterns. And on the nights, it'll still be light out. If you really watch, you can see the stars literally change in the sky. Just
hold on, Cosmon. Are you saying that we can objectively go outside on the Sabbath and look at the moon and witness the change of the watch of the gods and angels over man? Is that what you saying, Cosmo?
Indubitably. What I'm saying is all the stars move. It's only roughly about 5 to 6, 7% of what you see in the sky is actually a solar system. Everything else is a ship.
So we can witness, based off what we just read, we can witness the change of watch of the gods and angels over man. If we just simply,
why would it say, for they are the change of watch of gods and angels over man, if gods and angels over men are not changing watch?
See, exactly. So now, y'all, it's time to really start tracking these moons. And guess what? It's time to get your mind blown.
Ask yourself.
Go look at that yourself and see.
Hold on. Let me twist your cap some more. Let me twist it some more. If every star is its own galaxy and has its own vortexian pattern and orbit and doing its own thing, right? How is it that all the stars of the Big Dipper and all the stars of the zodiac have been following the earth since before man knew what they were? How do they perfectly, so much so that you can set your watch by it? Literally set your watch by it. They don't miss a beat, and the earth is moving, with the sun around the galaxy. Every one of these other galaxies supposed to have their own orbits. How do these stars perfectly follow the earth since man could think about it? They have never veered course, never wobbled, you ain't never lost one. Ain't nam blew up, ain't that they just seem to be in an orbit locked in with the Earth's vortex. My thing is, these ships are massive, but the Earth is so big. You could have a thing, 2,000-3,000 miles 4,000 miles before you even get into the exosphere. You dig what I'm talking about? Just sitting out there, and it's massive. It's miles wide, right? It could be miles and miles wide. You know what I mean? And it only got one light on it. How would you be able to tell how big it is, right? If you only judging off the light it produces, and it's thousands and thousands of miles away. To get to the moon, you 242,000 miles. That's to get to the moon. And then you still gonna have to go about another 40,000 miles past the moon to get out of the atmosphere. So you on average 240, 250 to get to the moon. Could I be at 200,000 miles? And let's just say I am, 6 miles square as a ship. And I just cut my one light on. How would I know it was 6 miles wide? You wouldn't know it was that big. It's bigger than a city. It could be as big as a state. 200,000 miles away, unless it's the size of the moon, and it looks like a quarter or a orange in the sky. It's about as big as an orange, right? Relatively, not understanding this thing 250,000 miles away. So how really big is it? So you could have a thing 10 miles square, 10 by 10 by 10. Right? But if it only cutting on 2 lights, 2 little floodlights, you don't never get to see it. And if you've ever rolled up on a house that's on a back road, that's a dark road, and you gotta wind up to the house is big as hell, but you only see that one little porch light. My thing is, if these other stars are stars, right? And stars have planets around them, and they have orbits and vortexian patterns that they run through themselves. How does the Big Dipper always follow us? How is the Southern Cross always in the south? It ain't never nowhere else. You can't even see the Southern Cross from north of the equator. How is it always right? And how is it always following us? That's because they ain't what you think they is. I gotta write this movie, bro. I gotta get this shit done. I got the script done. But
Look
I
at
want
this right here.
I got a real movie. I'm telling you, I know what I know.
Look at this. We just showed Zarathustra, right? This right here is great granddaddy Iwata, 6,000 years ago. Look what he teaches. You should labor 6 days, but on the 7th day, it is the what? The moon's day. The moon's day.
Look at that. Powerful.
Now he on a whole nother side of the of this earth.
And 3,000 years later.
3,100 years later.
Yeah.
And look what it says. Go to the altar of the Creator.
Lion of Yah. Guess what? Whether they landed on the moon or they didn't, either way, they lied because they never went into space. To go into interstellar space, you must leave the Earth's atmosphere. And you can't do that till you go 40,000 plus miles past the moon. So either way, whether they landed on there or whether they didn't, either way they lying. You see what I'm saying? So you right. You dig what I'm talking about? Either way, because they lying.
You think any civilization, any nation went to the moon?
You think they made it there?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. There are stories in the Popol Vuh. There are stories of the Aztecs and the Mayas that they say not that they goddess was the moon, but they went to the moon, right? And you ever seen that? What's that movie? It's a movie like Lionsgate, where they got the little kid sitting in the moon and he's fishing, and it starts the beginning of the movies.
Yeah.
And it's like the moon, and he's sitting in the moon and he's fishing. That's
Right.
a story out of America about a female.
No, but I mean to like to say like Russia, China, India, Africa, America.
Well, yeah. They didn't do that because they didn't left shit on the moon.
So you think they've been there?
Yeah.
All right, that's all.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say if a man touched down there.
Because I done heard the stories. I done heard the stories as well.
Yeah, I done heard they done found shit up there.
Yeah, I done heard niggas. Man, I done heard it all up there in this motherfucker, to be honest. I done heard
I heard there's some niggas up there with dreads.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I done heard it all, bro.
There's some Negroes up there with dreads on the moon.
Man, I don't think them bastards done touched the moon, bro. I'm gonna be real with you. It should be some type of timeshare, a Mickey D's, some Chinaman. It should be something up there by now. Hell, you niggas went in the 1960s, supposedly. You know what I mean?
If
Like,
they going up there, they keeping that shit top secret, bro.
I don't think, I just don't see it. You know what I mean? That, you know, I just need to see more.
for them to make it to the moon, they would have to master the vortex. They would have to master the rotation, the speed, the fuel that it'll take to ride the vortex. Because I heard one dude say, you know, they'll ride the vortex, and when they fall into the moon's vortex or the orbit, they'll free fall in that bitch. They'll basically follow the vortex in.
And my thing is, the vortex probably moving 30 times as fast as the Earth is.
Yeah, especially out there, because that's the outer rim of the vortex. So them niggas got to be moving. Ain't no way in hell, man, making the machine to sustain them goddamn speeds of vortex.
And think about this. Think about like a whirlpool in the water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Space is like that. It's really a fluid. You did what I'm talking about? It's an ether. It's like the same thing. I'm telling you, it's the same thing that like drinking alcohol. Some of it's gonna smell like vinegar. Some of it's gonna smell like paint thinner. So it's gonna smell like alcohol.
We literally in fluid. We literally in solution. Literally.
But the solution is tearing everything corporeal apart. Right? Once it get caught into the vast movement of the universe, because you got to think about it, even though our vortex is moving fast, the earth is moving perfect. But that don't mean that the vortex of the sun, how the fuck fast is that thing spinning?
There ain't no getting out of that shit, boy. That shit is a bridge for real.
Yo, how fast are you?
Niggas want to talk about being in the dome. Yeah, your ass in the dome of the solar system vortex for real.
You in the dome inside your atmosphere. You better listen. You're gonna have to learn how to surf to get up out of. This is why I don't believe it, unless it's a satellite, something unmanned. I don't think a man can take that yet.
Nah,
you got to show me a man past the Van Allen belt. You did what I'm talking about, because even the space station ain't past the Van Allen belt.
Yeah, you talking about unpredictable speeds, man. Look at the hurricanes we getting on the Earth plane, and that ain't play. Yeah, that's play. That ain't that shit is a bridge for real, like you say. It's a dissolver because that's where the friction meet.
Yeah.
That's
and imagine it's 454 degrees below zero. That fluid. of space, right? It's freezing cold. Man, and that cold, you ever fell in the snow and scraped the snow?
What y'all just say about 5 to 6 miles above? Niggas freezing up there. That's just 5 to 6 miles above.
What? Hey, look, what y'all need to understand is this James Webb telescope is something different. See, they didn't do like what's the one that they sent out to Mars and they sent out the, you know what I mean, Uranus and all that stuff, the Neptune, and you dig what I'm talking about? They just sent these things out of the galaxy. They did the opposite with James Webb. Listen, they sent it towards the sun. Just a few miles above our head, on average temperature in our atmosphere is 274 degrees below zero. Hubble, all that. They sent them out the galaxy. They sent James Webb to the sun. Do you know that it is on average 274 degrees below zero in our atmosphere? But right now, this second, right now, I'm not look it up. They got a meter and everything. They do this. James Webb telescope is functioning at 474 degrees below zero, going towards the sun. It's getting colder. Let that sink in. It's getting colder going towards the sun. That won't make sense to you till you understand that a black hole, right? The same thing a black hole is, right, is a sun. When the sun has or a black hole has gained enough mass and spin, right, its atmosphere ignites with light. And the atmosphere becomes a photosphere. It does not mean that it's hot. I'm telling you, your sun is stealing energy. It's stealing heat. You ever remember the cartoon they had back in the day, the Transformers? They used to have a big planet that ate everything called Unicron. That's our sun. It eats energy and shits out ionized magnetism as radiation. That radiation touches our atmosphere and ionizes the negative material leaving the planet and causes what we know as light. Right there. Light don't travel. It don't move nowhere. To prove that, all you got to do is look down a hot ass road on a hot day, blacktop. You will see right off the blacktop, right, looking like little waves, right? Negative ionic material leaving the earth, instantly turning into light. That's what you're looking at. It ain't what they told us, is it? Spectrometry and spectroscopy ain't gonna get it, is it? Because you can't see what's behind the shit that you looking at. This is why they think the sun is just helium or just nitrogen or just whatever, right? They only looking at it through one lens. They can't see that it's something behind the phosphorus. It's something behind the potassium. It's something behind, because ether, right, does the same thing on earth as it does in the heavens. It sublimates materials. So the most thing is going to be sublimation. Sublimating is the most abundant material in the universe. Helium. Hydrogen. You dig what I'm talking about? It's going, and then guess what? They're both of them. One is like an indigo and one is a blue. Right? If our atmosphere is see-through, right, and we looking at primarily ether, right? The sky should look dark black, dark blue. Does it? I ain't gotta make none of this up. You can look outside right now. It look black, but if you pay close attention to it, it's got a little blue tinge to it.
That shit black blue.
Blue black. Nigga, nigga from the Congo.
Look at this right here. Look at this right here. The temperature. I just typed in how cold is it in space right now. Space thermometer. Look at this right here.
I don't make this shit
y'all
up.
think my brother talking crazy. Look at this. The temperature of space is approximately 2.7 Kelvin, negative 270.45 degrees Celsius, or drum roll, negative 454.81 degrees Fahrenheit.
Below zero. Negative.
Look at it. This temperature is just slightly above absolute zero.
But wait a minute, Malachi.
Oh,
wait a minute, Malachi. They've been telling me since I was a little kid, Malachi, that the sun gives heat to the earth. How could that be if the space between the earth and the sun is freezing cold?
Man, that's crazy. Oh no. See? What you think you know, you don't know, man.
That's crazy, though.
The sun's giving off all this heat and not stealing it like Cal said and farting out all this radiation.
And you know what would have been good for that right there if they would have showed the mileage from the earth to where it reaches that temperature from the earth plane going up.
Say again, Sheila.
I said what would have been good on top of that is to show the measurement, say from the earth plane going up into the atmosphere where it reaches that level of coldness.
I don't think they got it right. See, like how they map out the atmosphere.
Hey, we got to put this shit together. That's the crazy part.
Right. Because you dig what I'm talking about. They don't never show the ionosphere. They don't never show the Van Allen belt. They don't never show the radiation belt that they move.
Maybe it's in the ionosphere.
Did they move
low temperatures and probably in the ionosphere? Yeah. That makes sense. That would make sense for that.
You dig what I'm talking about? They don't never show nothing about the our corona wave, which block most of any radiation that come down to the earth. That's why I'm not worried about none of this sun flares and all that. None of that. If I'm worried about anything coming out the sky, it's Iskra.
Right.
Nebula, huh?
And that'll be
some JI or something. Boy, we go instantly get sick again.
Amen.
That'll be due to atmospheric pressure that we're moving through a density.
Hey man, I've been trying to get Charlene Dean to come off the porch and bring his little timeline of 8 quadrillion years. See if he can practically put it up on the wall and properly decipher it and go from where we at now backwards. That's what I want to see.
The crazy part is when you use the Olmec calendar, it lined right up with Owaspy. It don't line up with the Kali Yuga or none of that.
Man, I'm already here.
They already tried to. They be trying to say Naga and Maya, and there is a tie to that because they're saying negative and positive or from the earth and the heavens. That's all they saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm just saying. Like I want to see it displayed. Like it sound good until you. Y'all remember Carlito's Way? Your boy say shit. Nigga, everybody talk once I get them on that hook. Once you get on, that hook, boy, you about to be squilling. That's what I want to do. I want to compare in real time. Anybody out there, because you already know the mainstream brews ain't gonna take that. You know what I mean?
No.
They realize they up shit's creek without a paddle.
Yeah, they can't.
You got cats running around here like Charlene Dean or the Mighty Hebrew that claim he got him a time chart and all that. And what I'm saying is, he using the Hindu. He's not gonna be able to do what we do. Like he's not gonna be able to, especially go from right now to present time backwards.
Right.
He's not gonna be able to do that. You know what I mean?
And he can't tell you what year it is since the creation of man. He's gonna say it's 80 million, thousand, trillion, billion, zillion, billion, jillion years ago.
Yeah.
See the argument with the creation of man thing is that
you couldn't prove man could exist 100,000 years ago.
Yeah, see now, being that this is battle of the holy books and we battling Bible, we battling the Kemetic literature, and whatever other literature that speaks on the creation of man.
These niggas make up their own literature though.
Yeah, but we got the better system.
Yeah.
Although, let's say none of it could be proven. Let's say it's all theological. But which one makes more sense? Because I already know the Kemetic niggas, oh man, it's older than 80,000 years, but that's not the point we're making. The point is the system in order that we bringing out in a consistent wave of 3,000 year cycles, and we have it from our present time going back to a time period where man was created. Now, y'all gonna say, yo, man is millions of years old. We can prove that too based off the seasons and cycles of previous gardens. But we're talking about man in his current age.
And they not gonna be able to link. They're not gonna be able to go into the type of Kemetic book, and then you got the big ass task of linking this shit with historical events, like glacial maximums and
right.
Cambrian explosion.
Yeah, like
catastrophic bottleneck genetic events. You can't tell the difference between or why there is a hominid and a hominin. You don't have the explanation of why the genetics standardized.
Exactly. Exactly what I'm saying. So, but I do want to see a conversation so it can be understood that in real time, when this is tested in real time, you can't hold a candle to what we're talking about, man. Someday somebody gonna realize. Someday somebody gonna say, you know what? I'll take that conversation or debate only to show up to get schooled. You know what I mean? Because I believe that's what be happening a lot of times. Cats are just in their pride take a debate or any topic, but really they be wanting to learn something. You know what I mean? Right. And that's exactly what that'll be. There's no Torah that the Mighty Hebrew will be able to go to produce any of them numbers he be saying. You see what I'm saying? So he already up shit's creek without a paddle.
Then we're gonna show you where you got it from, and then show it that regardless to whatever you talking about, it ain't from no Israelite.
Yeah,
that's Buddhist, Brahmanist text, and guess what? Buddha and Brahma is false gods, nigga.
And see, that's the
point. So no wonder your text is off. And guess what you off? Should I just tell them? It don't matter. You can't deal with it. What you off is the key number in your Bible. 144,000.
Oh, yeah, we went over that today.
This battle of the holy books. This battle of the holy books. So it's like we ain't gonna allow you to go drift off into no other Hindu text. You need to come out of whatever book you claiming, since you claiming Torah, to bring out the timetables of prophecy.
My thing is, we so cold. We so cold. We can make the uniform field theory work. We know equal MC squared. E equals MC squared is wrong. But guess what? We know how to make it work. We know how to because see, E equals MC squared tells you about radiation radiating outwards, right? From a source, from a mass, right? Bending space, time, like, all right, whatever, right? It ain't never told you how the energy goes in. Huh? See, you can't see if you're gonna have E equals MC squared, you must have M equals EC squared. Man, I'll beat your God to death. Listen, I would sit on the porch too. What y'all should do, I'm telling you, it'll be easier on you if you just be real and come and have a conversation.
That's all you got to do.
Because we know you want to know. We know you want to know. You don't want us to lord this over you. But since you got so much mouth, we just punch you in the mouth with it. What you gonna do? You don't have the knowledge. And you too evil and low vibratory, racist, biased, hateful to even look at the cover. How you gonna deal with niggas like us? You can't. Kendrick told y'all. Kendrick told y'all they not like us.
Hey, look, like I said earlier, Selah had the algorithm up on his wall. You got the whole man. You got the whole algorithm up 12 years ago on the wall.
Hold on, this man beat a man up of the cloth that's been under there for 30 years. He laid it on the floor, then laid him on the floor.
Come on, bro.
And then on the other video where I got the arc cycle laid out, scrolled out on the plane on the bottom part, I show the earthly histories, but above it, I got the reigning gods when they rose, when they fell. I got all that on.
Yep,
y'all don't even know. Me and Selah working on some shit. Me and Selah about to make me a chart. And I'm about to fuck y'all up.
Yep. And that's
y'all don't know what's going on in the Cosmon era. Y'all don't know why the West Coast is in peace right now. Y'all think that's just by chance?
Right,
man.
Nigga, that's impossible.
Yeah, I got them.
Nigga, that's impossible.
Up, man. That stuff powerful. Powerful.
And the thing is, the gangsters want truth. They don't care what it is. We just want the system in the order. I can function in it how I function in it. Let me fit myself in it.
Absolutely.
You dig what I'm talking about? And that's what OWASP do. It give you the freedom, the liberty, the emancipation, and the organization.
Right.
To touch the sky. I mean, there is no stopping with this stuff. Bro, soon as we get this land done, bro, I'm using turbine vortexian energy on everything. I'm not paying for nothing. Now that I know.
Right.
Now I know.
I'm already here, man.
Just give me some magnets and some copper wires, niggas.
Hey, listen, you give me a triangular shaped turbine, nigga, I'll show you a trick. I'll power a city with running water.
Boy, hey, I'm telling you. Well, you listening to what it is. It sounds like the brothers got the blueprint. The brothers and sisters got the blueprint to this thing, man.
And guess what? James Clerk Maxwell tried to tell you. Hertz tried to tell you. Tesla tried to tell you. What's my man name? That came up with the theory for motion. A body in motion stays in motion till acted upon by outside forces. A body in rest tends to stay at rest till acted upon by outside forces. We know what the outside force is. We know how to start the initial motion. See the difference?
I'm gonna play this. Hey, give us some last words on our way out, man. Both you brothers, man. Bless the ears of the people listening. This has been a very, very fulfilling spiritual meal. Plenty to marinate on and meditate on. I'm about to go outside, look at this sky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Y'all give us some last words before we get up out of here, man.
It was Selah video, so let me go ahead and get out of here first. Listen, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. Go to Creator Gang TV, sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? Blast the lives out to your friends and your family, man. Show them this stuff. Just show them what you want. Don't push it on them. Just show them. You dig what I'm talking about? And then I want y'all to compare what we've been talking about all night. How to find the Sabbath. how to use the moon and the sun to actually tell time. We went from a 5.5 year half old, right, to explaining that we in the 23rd great circuit around the earth, roughly 5.5 billion years since the earth been created.
Stop it, man.
Way over 4.6. It's over 1 billion years older than what science said. Look at the level of information and light we've been talking about tonight, and then compare it with what Mally is about to show y'all. Who really got the higher light? Let it be very objective for you. Let it smack you in your face. What you gonna do after that point? Huh? Look at the levels of light. Don't believe nothing. Let the actions, the deed, the nature and the character of the person show you who they are. And when they show you, believe them. And with that, hey, you know what it is, man? Cloud kicker. You know what I mean? Cosmon Kruger, Fred Big Brother. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm looking around this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Got young Seller Shellum with me. You dig what I'm talking about?
Cosmon Kruger, bro. You done opened up a can of worms with that one.
Yeah, nigga, I'm Fred Big Brother, nigga. I got the other glove.
Cosmon Kruger, the boogeyman. Good night.
Boogeyman, nigga. I'm out here gamma raying boys. They don't even know why they inside sizzling.
Juju buster niggas.
You dig what I'm talking about? You thought that girl burnt you. No, I'm melting you.
Oh, that's crazy.
From the inside. You dig what I'm talking about? You dirty wiener having niggas. Yeah, y'all would think that too. You dig what I'm talking about? You would think it. Dig what I'm talking about? The cooking boys. Listen, this is that pressure you don't want. So I would advise you, go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. Hey, go to Honor and Humility too, and go over there to the Creative Gang TV. Come up out of this, thumb it up, and let's get rocking, man. We know good things. You know, good soups take time to cook. You gotta marinate them. You know what I mean? Let them do what they got to do. You dig what I'm talking about? So this thing building up. You know what I mean? How glorious and lucky you are to be here getting this light right now. Look how far ahead of the game you are. C-Lock, go ahead, breathe on.
Yeah, man. So, you know, as you see today, we were showing the mathematics, the timetables of prophecy. We wasn't bashing nobody gods. Nope. This wasn't even a session to battle of the holy books, but this is a session to show you the high science the Owaspy has to reveal. And that chart and all that, you ain't gonna get that just reading the Owaspy and it's gonna be like, there it is. You got to crack the code to get that. You know what I mean? Because certain passages will give you the start to create the bigger charts, to actually put your fingers and hands to work, pen and paper to work, because it done gave you a little riddle. And if you hop on the riddle, it's like, all right, especially in the book of Asham, when it talks about, you know what I mean, from one dawn of Dan to another dawn of Dan is a Danite, 3,000 years, and 4 Danites is a square. So it's giving you something to play with. All you got to do is chart it down, and once you chart it down and start building the picture, you're going to get the timetables of prophecy. You know what I mean? So, yeah, so what we're showing you is that Owaspy definitely has some information that you would find interesting if you tap into it. Now,
right. And once you get to drawing, man, bro, I got so many. Boy, what do you call them? The prophecy charts? A rock nab you gallows.
Right. Matter of fact, let me share the
lines. I got 7 lines of light through them. Nigga, I got the movement of the solar system. I'm like,
nigga, they shouldn't have never showed me.
Man, bro, I'm like a mad scientist over here looking at this stuff, man. Like,
hey, let me show this chart real quick before we bounce. Just this chart. It's kind of the behavior of the arc. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the behavior of the arc cycle. Hold on, right there.
That's very important too, C-Lock.
The behavior of the arc cycle, right there, go Melly. The behavior of the arc cycle. Yeah, because it's a wave coming back to the
Is it up there?
You know what I mean? Coming back to the wave of like the vortex and just everything dealing on a wave level. You know, in the WASP, it talks about the behavior of an arc cycle in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy.
Yeah.
So there you have like, you know, the first 200 years, you got the New Age, the time of peace, but then you notice everything is on the uphill, on the wave. But then when you get to the time of war, the 700 years going down, then the time of darkness of 1,000 years, it's at its bottom point. And then coming back up to the Renaissance, the New Age, and then you see the wave, the rise and fall of man throughout the arc cycle.
Yeah.
So that's another way you could foretell the time of how the arc cycle is going to go, because, you know, we just came out to what? The Dark Ages, the Renaissance, coming into the New Age. So we at the New Age right now. Then we about to reach the zenith of peace. Then after that peace in the Ark of Cosmos, it'll be a time of war. And then it'll be a declension to 1,000 years of darkness or so. And then the Renaissance. That's the cycle of every arc cycle. If you look at Moshe and them, they came out of Egypt, 400 years they had peace. Then what happened after that 400 years? They went into a time of what? War?
Time of war, yeah.
War. Exactly. And then you had the fall of the Greek Dark Ages, which took place in around the 7th century BC. So that would be like going for the Dark Ages. So you'll find this wave or this cycle play out in each arc cycle, various in the years. You know what I mean? It may not be the exact same years, but this is just a brief chart so you can get an idea of the rise and fall of nations within the arc cycle of 3,000 years, called the behavior of an arc cycle. So we got this mathematics, man. You know what I mean? It's like when we organize, that's why I said if we have a debate or if we do a presentation, we put everything in order, it's plain to see.
Yeah, the boys gonna get cooked. They better not show up to none of that, man. You know what time this is, bro?
You show up with that Gregorian calendar. Listen,
this is something I had pulled up earlier. I got Jim Denham's book a while back.
Oh yeah,
read through it in like
OG.
Yeah, that's the foundation. OG.
Right there. This is who C-Lot brought up earlier and gave his props. This right here was written in 1979. I'm actually at the bottom, but these are important numbers for everybody to understand and lock within your mental Rolodex to understand. You heard C-Lot say earlier, he do a lot of this off the top of the dome. Hold on, let me see. Look, there it is right there. And you're able to do this once you understand the cycles. Okay? So I just want everybody to understand this before we get up off here.
Matter of fact, I'm going to update that chart right there.
Here we go. All right, so you see right here, and you know what's crazy? They got the future. They got a whole future right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, first 3,000, first 9,000 years, you know how it is, but you know, the first 3,000, we in Cosmon right here. The beginning.
Yeah, that's the beginning. We had to begin. So we got to start studying that joint.
Yeah. You feel me? So Owaski times and seasons for everybody that's looking. Name a cycle, number of generations, number of arcs, solar years, and lunar years.
I told you it's too
tying right into what Cal and C-Lot brought out tonight.
Yeah.
See? Now look at this. All right, so the 11-year cycle is called an ode. An ode. All right, and then you got your 33, which is 11 times 3, 33. Right? That's called a generation or a spell.
That's the key. This is why they make it spooky for you. This is why they try to tell you, oh, it's the Mason number, and be scared of it. And blah, blah, blah. Nigga, this is the key to telling time.
So notice that a 33-year cycle is considered a generation. So when somebody be like, man, dang, okay, well, 3 generations, yeah, that's 100 years.
You know, the Bible talks about generations as well. So now that's a secret decoding right there.
And now you got a unit called time, broken down into half times and quarter times. A time, like even in the book of Daniel, you hear a times and a half a time. And you
that's
think
right.
3.5 years. But watch me let you know 1 time is 400 years.
Right.
1 time. All right. A quarter time is a century. It's 3 generations. It's equal to 100 years.
And you know what, Mally? If they say that time and a half time, that equals 1,000 years.
No. So
that prophecy of Daniel is talking about 1,000-year time period and shit.
I know, man. Look, so you got a quarter time, which is a century, is 3 generations. 33 times 3 is 99. Add a year, you get 100. 6 generations is a half time. All right, 200 years. 1 time is 12 generations. All right, that's 400 years.
Didn't they say that was 12 generations from Abraham to Jesus or something like that?
From Abraham to Jesus.
Like
I mean, not Abraham. I'm talking about Adam to Jesus or something like that.
Yeah, they give off like, I forgot what it was. It's like 13 generations from there to there. There's another 13.
So these niggas like 400 years from Adam to Jesus.
42 generations down there, I think. Yeah.
Adam was made in the 400s under Persian rule. That nigga was made up under Persian rule.
And technically, that's true. He came out the Babylonian text.
Now look at this right here. An arc cycle is 3,000 years, but that's equal to 90 generations.
Right.
Yep. And that's just one arc cycle. 90 generations is 3,000 years, or 3,072 lunar years. That's 3,000 solar years, 3,072 lunar years. One arc cycle.
Mm-hmm.
See that? Next, we got what's called, now we down to the garden cycles, y'all. The garden, we got an era. An era is 360 generations. Look at this. 4 arc cycles, equivalent to 12,000 solar years, equivalent to 12,288 what? Lunar years. See that?
That's how you tell time, y'all.
That's an error or a square. Okay, let's keep going. Next, we got what's called a Gadol. 720 what? Generations. Okay. 8 arc cycles. 3,000 times 8 is what? 24,000 years. 24,000 solar years. 24,576 lunar years. See, these are all the units that you need in order to properly tell time. You feel me? And WASP just lays it out for you. All right. The next we got is called an age, a half an age, and a third of an age. All right. One trip off this. A third of an age is 1,440 generations. Look at that. That's a third of an age, right? 16 arc cycles, 48,000 solar years, 49,152 lunar years. See, you can't miss. All you got to do is plug and play. Half an age, a Hawk, a Cephas, and Cosmod. Look what it says right here. 2,160 generations. 24 arc cycles at 3,000 years each arc cycle. Get you 72,000 solar years and 73,728 lunar years. All right. And age is 4,320 generations. And you notice how all these, if you add all these up down here in these gardens, they all come out to 9. 3 plus 6 is 9. 7 plus 2 is 9. 1 4 plus 4 is 9. 21 2 plus 1 plus 6 is 9. 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 0 is 9.
That's deep right
Those
there.
all just come out to 9.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but I'll show y'all some crazy stuff with the number 9 next live we do. Y'all gonna be like, what the hell, nigga? How you figure that shit out?
Yeah, the 9s is powerful, bro.
You hear me say put some 9s up a lot. You know what I mean? I know some little math and science that you can't even really get away from. Like it's right there. So as I was studying this, I said, damn, that's all 9 right there. That's all 9. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Add all that up, you get 9.
That's facts. That
All right,
shit gonna keep adding up the number.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about creation, right?
Exactly.
So that's a thing that's gonna keep always moving. They always say that the 9 is the number of finality till rebirth. 10.
We're gonna attach it to truth. Throw some geometry on it. If y'all know anything about the, some people call it numerology.
Yeah, the metric.
Yeah, and
if you start throwing them numbers on that, bro, that's
dig this.
You study your numbers.
Do y'all notice that vortex strong enough to create a planet is and bring life force? You dig what I'm saying? Is a figure 8. But the finished product of a vortex, a womb inside of a womb, it's like a 9.
Yup, you look at it, yeah. Hey man, it's something about that number 9 go hard, bro. I'm telling you, once you start this shit, just slow down and start looking at what's what and how things are set up, you be like, man, that deal is everywhere. Everywhere. All right, so you got one age, which is 4,329, 4,320 generations, 48 arc cycles, which come out to 144,000. 9 again. You see that? And then you got what's called a sum or a magnitude or garden. All right, 192 arc cycles, 576,000 years, 5 solar years, 589,824 lunar.
576 come out to
5
9
plus 7 is 12, plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is what? 9.
9. That comes to that 9 again. That's crazy.
Can't get around it. Look down here, Savorka. Look down here, Savorka.
They go number 9.
Hey, look.
The hell going on?
4,608. What is that? 4 plus 6 is 10. 10 plus 8 is 18. 1 plus 8 is what? 9.
That's crazy.
Look at your 9s. It's all set up with the 9, bro.
That's wild.
2 plus 3. Let's do this one down here. Galactic circuit. Let's do this one. I ain't added this one up yet. 2 plus 3 is what? 5 plus 9 is 14. Plus 6 is 20. Plus 1 is 21. Plus 6 is 27. 2 plus 7 is what? 9.
I think that sun must run off that 9 cycle.
Yeah, we on that 9. They always say that 9 ether.
What they talking about, bro?
I
We
tell
on
you.
that 9 ether, boy.
Yeah, 9
And look, hey, if you put that right back up real quick, Mally.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Right, what you was just showing. You right up there at the top where it say the future.
Yeah.
If these niggas really knew what they was doing, and shout out to the real commission. Shout out to my dog commission at Death. Shout out to who else I really like too. Smash Rockwell. Shout out to Hootie. The real dudes in this stuff. I really like their teaching style and what they got going on. But if y'all really knew what that Ankh did, if you really knew what the jet was, right, you will be fawning over this chart right here. If you really knew how to make your kinetic science work, you would be using your Ankh, not wearing it. Just, you did what I'm talking about. You know, can't give everybody everything.
Yeah,
Look what that say, yo. The first 9,000 years of the new race.
Our stuff as we just looking at this stuff, man. You feel me, man?
Yeah.
Truly beautiful. They all in the chat. 9. Nigga, today is the 9th, nigga. September 9th.
Yeah, you're right. It's 9-9 right now. It's 9-9.
It's 9-9, man. You know what I mean?
That's
But my boy Brian say, just think, who came up with the symbol of 9? Look, I'm gonna go ahead and leave y'all with something too, man. Just to mess with y'all mind real quick, man. Let's pull this calculator up, Cal. Hold on, Cal.
Everything to the 9th power.
Look, I'm gonna mess with everybody's mind real quick. Hold on. Then y'all go to bed on that, and then we'll pop back up and talk something else. Cal, I'm about to blow y'all mind, man. Hold on. Hey, Cal.
Yo.
Hey, bro, hold on. Let me present this so y'all can see it. So y'all know I ain't playing no games out there, man. I'm going to ask you in real time. Look, Cosmo Cal don't even know what I'm about to ask him. Do you, Cal?
No, what's up?
Okay, so watch this. Can y'all see that calculator up on the screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cal, that's what I need you to do. That's what I need you to do, big dog. Pick a number, any number. And it can be the craziest number in your mind, just whatever.
31.
Oh, you're going to give me something easy, you know? Okay, so I'm saying any number that you pick, any number from the smallest to the biggest you can think of, if we times it by 9 and we add up the sum of it, we going to get 9. That's what I'm saying. 31.
Say it again. If you times it by 9.
Any number you can spit out your dreams, nigga. If we times it by 9 and add up the total, we gonna get 9 again. 31 times 9 is, what is that? 279?
18.
Plus 7 is 9. 9 plus 9 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Give me a number, any number.
54.
No harder than that, big dog. What you doing, man? Come on, man. 486. 4 plus 8 is 12. 12 plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. Come harder than that, Cal. Come on.
This shit crazy.
Pick something crazy. 576,000 times 9.
Yeah. Nigga, give me that 144,000.
144,000. Let's do it. Times.
Damn, I already see it. That was kind of a
add all that up. We got what we got. We got 1.2 million. We got 1,296,000.
1 and 9. Damn.
1 plus 2 is 3. 3 plus 9 is 12. 12 plus 6 is 18. 1 plus 8 is what? 9. Try it with any number, you ain't gonna get it. Something about that 9, boy. You can multiply any number you can think of. Get to the millions and the 100 millions. Get crazy with it. Figure 537,113. Nigga, do something crazy.
Man.
Just type in any number. Just dabble it.
Just keep typing in some stuff.
Dabble your hands on it.
Give me a hot 8-digit number.
All right, bet. So look, this is what we gonna do. I'm just gonna pick 8 digits.
Let's go 753 962 541.
That's
88.
88. 88 times 9 equal. We gotta add all that up. 6 plus 7 is 13.
13
plus
21.
8.
That's 21. That's 26, 32, 38, 40, 48, 55, 61, 70, 72, 72 is next.
Fuck with me, big dog. Nigga, pick any number. What you talking about?
Man, this shit crazy.
That 9, boy, that is something about it. It's something about it. And when I was looking at them different cycles and all that, I'm like, hold on. This keep running back to 9.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep running back to 9. Look at it. You feel me? Just something to throw in the people's head real quick. You know what I mean? When you start getting into like oh my God, it's just crazy. So I know
what did they say, boy? Patterns don't lie.
Yeah.
You see the mathematical patterns of Jaja creation, nigga. That shit don't lie, man.
They say it ain't no guesswork.
It ain't guesswork, big dog. So, hey, any of y'all try to prove that wrong, think of a crazy number at times it by 9. Add up the sum of it. You gonna get back to 9. I'm right back into it.
Do y'all remember when the guy was trying to make up the new timeline? He had the crew of people that was following him, and he said time didn't exist before we did. And then he started counting when people was. You don't remember the guy? He was I know. You know what? That was Daryl Cosmine. Daryl Cosmine. It was man, I forget that brother name, man. And bro, cause see, you know, we know this is stat counting. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just stacking numbers, right? He was playing it like it was some old mystical, magical. Man, he had the people duped with the whole little Israelite game, and bro, it was, you know, the high mathematics, and
he was an Israelite.
I believe he had some ties that way. It was a religious tie, and I forget what it was. And Daryl know who I'm talking about, and I can't remember the brother name, man. And man, I don't know why he let me on this panel. Man, when I got done with him breaking it, because I did what you just did, Mally.
Yeah.
I did what you just did. And man, them niggas, you could just literally hear the gasp. Because he was teaching it like it was a secret.
No, it wasn't.
like only the adepts could get this. I was like, nigga, I was doing this as a little kid. You know what I mean? And so, but he had a whole bunch of people duped, he had a bunch of people on he used to do the Zooms. I think they was.
Some of these niggas be out here selling spirit, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the real ones is out here that are straight. All we say is don't waste our time. You know what I mean? Like if you gonna come class in session, you can sit on down and learn. Like we ain't the charlatans, like that one goofy cat said. We ain't the charlatans. We ain't the one out here getting rich selling spirit to you. You know what I mean? You want to learn how to do this, nigga? Buy this for $9.99, and all you got to do is have a sincere heart and mind and be willing to listen and learn. That's it. You know what I mean? Niggas don't even be on that yet. But nah, I'm glad you busted them out, Cal, because all these little spiritual groovy gurus need to be called out.
Soon as I lit his whole little thing on fire, you dig what I'm talking about? He stayed real far away from me, and last thing I heard about it, this was probably a few years ago. This was probably right before the game, and it wasn't looking good for bro when you got exposed, because I did him bad. And this is when I was like fiery Cosmo. Y'all don't even know fiery. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you've been around a while, you done seen me go through the roof. You dig what I'm talking about? But boy, I embarrassed him bad. Because he was like, oh, the adept, you don't know how to do this. Man, I broke that shit down so quick and then did it on paper for everybody could see it. You dig what I'm talking about? Like, look, boom, bam, bing, 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 bing. A child does this. This is fourth grade mathematics. You dig what I'm talking about? So they was
the gig was up. It was all over. But
it was all bad from there.
Coming up and here messing up the church's money, Cosmo.
Man, and then I debunked him on his whole time theory because he was pimping time.
Oh man,
you dig what I'm talking about? You selling time as a sort of spirituality type understanding, and you was in the loop, man. And then once I told him, really, nigga, you don't even know how to time travel. You dig what I'm talking about? And then I explained it to him. You could hear like it was like you ever cussed around some old ladies in church, and then you could hear that gasp. That
yeah,
you could hear it.
Yeah,
nigga took the air out the room because this was supposed to be the adept teachers, and they didn't fuck around and let Cosmo.
Yeah, you done came in, boy, and then messed up the church's money. You can't be doing that.
Man, and it's Daryl's fault. I'm gonna just blame it on Daryl Cosmo because he shouldn't have brought me in there.
Hey man, hey, but I was thinking we update and redo all these time videos, how to tell time. Bring in some new modern AI art and all that, bro. These videos right here mess around and go beyond viral, break the internet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All we need to do is just make them modern, and then we got the technology to, you know what I mean, to get the top notch picture. You know, our people are visual. Most people are visual today. So if we just same information and just update the video, bro.
Exactly.
Because the information is timeless. This will break the internet, bro. I'm telling y'all.
Exactly.
Break the internet.
I'm looking at some of these graphics
Put
off.
the right tags in there. That's it.
Yeah, yo.
You know what I mean? Tag NASA in the video. NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Start tagging all them up in there, boy. Shit, man, it's the right person. Click on that, they get in the right circle, bro. That's gonna go beyond viral. And now we got their attention.
Right.
You know what I mean? Now we got their attention. Now we having conversations where they need to be had at. Because
now you got to come on and holler at the real ones.
They don't even know what they looking at.
No.
Hell, if you ain't realized that space, the space between the earth and the sun is negative 400 something degrees below zero. You know what I mean?
How the sun giving the earth heat?
How the hell is the sun giving the earth heat? Come on, bro. These conversations that need to be had in the right circles. You see what I'm saying? So
they still believe that many people still believe that the moon got gravitation over the water. You dig what I'm talking about? That the moon affects the tides.
Yeah. You heard
that's easily debunked.
That's an old witch's tale, bro. We've been told that since I was a little child.
Right. You dig what I'm talking about? Shit, science said.
I know, bro.
Science still said they dead wrong. And you can easily prove that wrong.
Chop it up a little bit. We've been on here a little bit over 4 hours, y'all. Y'all already know what time it is. It's always an honor chopping it up with my brothers, man. Y'all believe that, the people were edified today. If y'all got some understanding today, drop some voices in the chats. You know what I mean? My brother Selah Shalom, Cosmon Cal. I'm your little brother Megaton Maccabee. Daryl Cosmon doing his thing in the back somewhere.
That's right.
And man, we ain't gonna do nothing but keep going no matter how many people get mad and tighten their lips and decide to talk crazy. We're gonna keep pushing this forward. You feel me? And y'all trip off this. It don't do nothing but get better from here. It don't get worse, it don't do nothing but get better. That means the light gets brighter and brighter.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So Selah Shalom, give us some last words before I play this video, brother.
Yeah, man, like I say, man, you know what I mean? Y'all tap into the game. This is what we dealing with. We're not beating up your false gods. We over here teaching on these higher sciences. Matter of fact, we're going to probably the next couple of weeks, we're going to be touching on timetables of prophecy, the science that the OWASP has to offer. You know what I mean? We don't show and prove on the God level. Now we're going to show and prove on the science and creational level, mathematical timeline levels, archaeological levels that the OWASP got to offer. You know what I mean? With that, your boy Selah Shalom, we out of here, man. Gang, gang.
Gang.
Your son, if your God told you to.
You said the Most High told me to?
Yeah.
Man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is. Yeah, man, the Most High said do it, then that's what it is.
A 22-year-old woman told hotel workers in Holmes County that she had been directed by God. To go on a shooting spree about the solar eclipse, and that not long after she left the hotel in a purple Dodge Challenger driving to the interstate, traveling west, shooting into two cars. One of the drivers was shot in the neck, the other grazed in his arm.
If your God came to you right now, tonight, in pomp and glory, shining, and he commanded the death of your child, would you sacrifice your child?
If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course. If the Most High is going to do it, of course.
Peter Lucas Moses refers to himself as a radical religious person who is with the Black Hebrews. And he just pleaded guilty to killing a 4-year-old and a woman that he was living with. He killed the 4-year-old because he thought he was gay.
Action. Moses believed 4-year-old Higginbotham was homosexual. Klein says Moses took Higginbotham to the garage, played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him. Played the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew and shot him.
If God came to you and told you to sacrifice your kid, would you sacrifice your kid?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called a terrible, demon-like power. God is called the terrible, demon-like power. So Napa means empty, you could say, or open. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible. Shita means demon, or demon-like or terrible.
According to the criminal complaint, Polite told investigators God told him to shoot Pastor Germany. God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
God told him to shoot Pastor Germany.
And he wanted to go to jail to clear his mind.
Would you kill your child or your grandchild if God told you to?
Oh, man.
So that's a yes?
Yeah, it's a yes. It's a yes. But I think that it would be a test. I don't think the Lord would actually tell you to do it. I think it would just be a test because we can see.
You'd be willing to go through with it?
I'll go through any trial the Lord puts me through.
Leader Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God, one day in 1981, her North Dade home became a house of death. Banks and her husband, Carlton Carey, had just returned from talking with police about another Yahweh member who had been decapitated. Today, Yahweh Ben Yahweh is charged in her attempted murder and the death of her husband. October 1986, Yahweh's take over an Opalaka apartment building. 2 residents who were ordered to leave publicly complained. That night, both were shot to death.
Wow! Judah, do you hear me? If the Most High Yahweh tells you to kill your family, would you do it? Yes or no?
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Oh, Judah, no.
Damn.
Judah didn't mean that, y'all.
If the Most High say, put your family down, would you do it for the Most High?
By faith, yes. By faith, yes.
By faith, yes.
But he's going to tell me not to do it, just like he did Abraham. We have a story like that already. Next.
The moral law is that if a child was to be rebellious, towards their parents, they was to be taken down and stoned to death because of that. You see what I'm saying?
Would you do that? Would you do that if your God came back to you today in glory and said, I want you to stone your son if he get rebellious? Would you? Would you do it?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I would.
Wow.
The Most High was to come to you and ask you to off your loved ones. Would you do it, brother?
If I had made the mistake, if I didn't have ancestors inside of me and I made the mistake to make babies with outside nations, and then I heard the download from my ancestors saying that you need to put them away, yes, I will put them away. Yes, I will put them away.
Yes, I will put them away.
Okay, Judah Nazareth, if the Most High come to you and say, I want you to put down your family, I have a better movement for you that I need you to do, would you do it?
They're out of here. They're out of here. They're out of here.